Great.
Good to go. Thank you. Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, it's muted.
Everything is muted. Hello. But
Okay. I'll begin again. Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bryant, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Dino Lombardi, Anne Crawford, Peter Reid, and Philip Ghosh.
yeah.
The Secretary-Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with a computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. Committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Pardon me. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes of the last meeting that require adoption?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the minutes from the July 22nd hearing are ready for adoption.
Thank you. July 22nd. Okay, I'll take that into committee. Do you have a motion to adopt? Mr. Lombardi?
I'll move the motion to adopt the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Mr. Reid. All those in favor? Thank you. Minutes have been adopted unanimously. Thank you. And are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in these time slots? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Are there any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair. First, there are no files that are required to be closed this morning. There are 2 requests for deferral. The first one is item number 3, 655 O'Connor Drive, file number A0271/26TEY. The second application for deferral request is item number 9, 67 Indian Grove, file number A0420/26TEY. We can deal with both of these deferral requests at this time.
Thank you. Okay, item number 3. Item number 3, pardon me, is 655 O'Connor Drive. The purpose of the application was to construct a new side west widened driveway and parking pad for 2 parking spaces abutting Woodmont Avenue located at the southwest corner of the lot, and to reconstruct the existing driveway abutting Woodmont Avenue. The existing 2-story detached residential building, houseplex containing 3 residential dwelling units on the lot will be maintained and unaltered. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, an arborist's report, and a deferral request from the agent. We also had commenting agency reports from Transportation Engineering. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Engelman. Are you there? Mr. Engelman, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you perfectly, thank you. Thank you for this. We just wanted to get a sense from you as to why you require a deferral.
Yes, and just for the record, Mr. Chair, David Eagleman, Design Plan Services, Inc. My address is 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200.
Thank you.
And I am here on behalf of the owner. So through you, Mr. Chair, we are requesting a deferral as I was...
Committee and render decision. Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Eid?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I believe this is a reasonable request for a deferral, so I move that we defer this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to defer. All those in favor? Thank you. You have, Mr. Engelman, you have a unanimous approval for deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Committee. Have a great day.
Take care. All right, and now moving on to, I believe you said it was item number 9? Item number 9 is 67 Indian Grove. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial front south two-tier addition with a new integral garage, a front south second-story balcony above the garage, and a front south covered porch with stairs. Committee had before it the following communication. Pardon me. A copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, and we also have an arborist's report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online.
Thank you.
Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owners.
Good morning, Mr. Dome. Thank you. Could you just give us a brief explanation as to why you need a deferral?
Yes, we respectfully request a deferral to allow for corrected zoning notice.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do you have anybody have a question for this agent? If not, we'll take it into committee, look for a motion. Mr. Lombardi?
Yes, in light of the request and the explanation from the applicant, I'll move a motion requesting deferral or approving deferral of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Reid, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Dome, you have unanimous approval for deferral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think that was it. So all right, and now a position from 54 Robert Street, 58 Robert Street, 44 Russell Street, 68 Robert Street, 40 Russell Street, 48 Russell Street, and we have correspondence from the Harvard Village Residents Association and one other item with no name or address provided.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent in person and several speakers in opposition.
Thank you. Okay. You said the agency in person?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there you are, sir. Please, yeah, I think it's that center chair.
Yes, green light.
Green light means you're on camera.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Get your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Sun, and I'm from Atelier Sun. The address is 188 Strong Avenue.
Thank you very much. Since we have folks in opposition, I wonder if we could please have a presentation for at least 5 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Up to 5 minutes.
May I have the presentation put on the screen? Yep. So today, I'm the agent for 46 Russell Street, and then today we're asking for 6 variances. The first 4 variances are balcony setback related, and the 5th one we're requesting the building length, and the 6th one we're actually asking for the density variances. So at the set plan, the lighter gray is the existing building structure, and then we are adding a extension, we're demolishing a really small portion of the rear extension, and then building this extension as the highlighted way is the darker gray at the rear, and then adding that on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor as well. If you don't mind, sort of panned it up a little bit. So as the extension going to the rear, we added balconies at the back and the balconies on the side, and that's where all the variances has been generated based on this proposal. Can we go to the next page? So we did a bit of a research regarding the approval cases in the area. Can we pan down a little bit? Yep. So as a quick summary, like the FSI has been sort of accepted for the neighborhood character. It's around 1.17 to 1.73, and then currently we're asking for 1.31, and then the building lengths here we're requesting for 19.26 meters, and then here's some balcony setback just in result of the existing building with condition in relation to the lot, and this is, we just want to kind of generally kind of showcase the neighborhood character. Can we go to the next page? And then here, just a couple images around our adjacent neighbors and then and the surroundings, kind of showcasing this type of massing at the same, and the kind of third stories extensions. It's in general the kind of development characters in the neighborhood. And then, so we believe this proposal meets the fourth test, and then the variances are minor. So we're here to ask the committee to approve our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point.
Yep.
You, Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It looks like you've tried to undertake a neighborhood character assessment. The presentation that you just addressed, you have a graphic that shows how many properties.
I think basically we are around this area is around probably 15 to 20 properties.
Okay, it didn't look like that on the graphic.
Oh, okay. Well, I think the graphic, I mean, you're talking about the mapping where it's...
So you're trying to show other properties where there's a range of FSI.
Yes.
Which reflect generally similar FSIs that you're proposing. So the question is the proposed FSI that your applicant is requesting and requires, is that the prevailing character in your opinion?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's based on what?
Based on the mapping and then sort of adjacent properties.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Mr. Ghosh?
So I think something we'll hear a lot from the residents about. This is, the application is for a duplex, but it reads as a multi-tenant housing proposal. And from my review of the plans, I tend to agree with that. With all the washrooms and all the rooms, it sort of looks like that. Okay. Now we're here to consider the zoning, not the use. And my understanding is multi-tenant housing is allowed in our zones. But is your client aware of the requirement to get a license if that's what they intend to do?
They actually currently have a short-term license, and then the current property was operating with kind of Airbnb tendency. But then for this proposal, it's just trying to create this multi-bedroom dwell units to fit the family needs. They have 3 children, and then 2 parents are coming as well. Maybe in the future, there's a chance maybe they will, after this construction, they will continue with the short-term license. It could be a possibility, but then that's the current condition, and that's what the proposal is intended to do.
Okay, I think with proposals like this, you'll get a better reaction from the neighborhood, and we'll be able to understand it better if applicants just come clean and say if they're doing a rooming house, they're doing a rooming house, and then we can consider it on those merits. But what you're maintaining that it's meant to be a family home, but in the future they may change their mind and apply for a multi-tenant housing license?
No, I don't think that will be the intent over here. The intent is to actually, the proposal is for the multi-bedroom dwell unit. It's just the fact that they currently hold a short-term rental license. Maybe in the future, if they want to continue with the short-term license, that will still maybe sort of only stated with Airbnb kind of a tendency, but then for the second unit, and then that's the only intent they want to do in the future. But then for the main purpose is just to host the family needs for a large number of the family, and the second unit there's a chance for second units for short-term rental in the future only. But then the intent is actually not to convert this building into an independent unit in any way in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the two units, what are the entrances for each of the units? So it looks like there's a fire-rated door that separates a front bedroom. This is why I'm asking, a front bedroom maybe on the ground floor with the upstairs unit, and then the rear of the ground floor and the basement is the other unit. Is that how it's separated, or?
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then, just for public record, a zoning review was completed, and this is for the applicant to confirm. Zoning review was completed on the basis that it's 2 units.
That's right.
And that is what the proposal is for, and
That's
that's what
correct.
the variances are before the committee today.
Yes.
Any other proposal has to go through another review, just so you know.
That
Because
I
there may be
understand.
other variances, right? So today, what's before the committee is what's based on a zoning review of 2 units with 6 variances. Yes?
That is correct. We're here just for the variances for the densities and the length of the building.
If I may just ask a question.
Yep.
Your side elevations show balconies on the second and third floors.
That's correct, yes.
They will certainly look like they'll have overlook.
Okay.
So I certainly will, should we approve this application, I would certainly want a condition that we have privacy screening.
Okay, that's
on
100%
both levels.
doable.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Lombardi had his hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry to continue this, but I want to follow up on my colleague, Mr. Ghosh's questions. You're proposing 2 units, I understand that.
Yes.
But within the first unit, a dwelling unit, you're proposing 6 rooms, living rooms, 6 bedrooms, and 3 on the ground floor, 3 in the basement, 6 bathrooms, as I said, a kitchen. And then in the second unit, you're proposing 7 rooms for living, 7 bathrooms, and a kitchen. So I'm trying to understand, this is a proposal for a duplex, and a duplex would mean 2 units. Typically, that's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, bathroom, kitchenette or whatever.
Yeah.
How do you explain 13 living rooms, 13 bathrooms?
As I mentioned earlier, this is just to fit for the family needs, and then as the number of the bedroom they needed for their family just to stay in this property, and as part of the potentially if they want to continue with the short-term rental license only, that's what the client's looking for, I think, because the large family members, and at the same time, this building, as the record we understand, we applied for a permit for the second unit, I think it was 2 years ago. So the configuration of the basement and the ground floor is pretty much already approved by that permit, and then adding this rooms configuration, it's really just fit their needs as for the family to stay together, I guess, under this.
So let's theoretically, what if the family doesn't arrive or it doesn't use this space, and now you have 13 units, 13 living areas, bedrooms, kitchens? Is the intent that it could be a rooming house at some point?
I don't believe so. That's actually not what the client's intent, to actually turn this house into a rooming house in any way.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions at this point? If not, we'll move on to folks who are in opposition.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to ask one by one, whoever is here in person to speak
Thank
to
you very kindly, sir.
to this item. Please make your way to the podium, one by one.
Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
wonder if we could get your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Naomi Maris, and my address is 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You have 5 minutes to make a case.
Thank you very much. So good morning, Chair and members of committee. I'm here on behalf of my clients, Joanna and Merrick Gertler, the owners of 44 Russell Street, located directly east of the subject property, and therefore the immediate neighbors of the applicant. 44 and 46 are semi-detached homes which share a party wall. I believe the committee is in receipt of my letter filed on July 29. We are here in opposition to the application as filed on the grounds that it does not meet the 4 tests, and so we are requesting that the application be refused or, in the alternative, be deferred. I'll provide a summary of my client's concerns. There has been no consultation with my clients by the owner of 46 Russell Street or their agent. This application has been in process for over a year at this point, and again shares a party wall with my client's home. This is ample opportunity for consultation, but my clients heard about this application for the first time when the committee sent out the notice of hearing. Furthermore, the application materials provided to the city, to the public, and therefore and before the committee are misleading with respect to the proposed development. The planning rationale submitted with the application states that the proposal is for a modified duplex dwelling, introducing 2 family-sized dwelling units. And I know we've heard a little bit about that this morning and its relevance to the consideration of the 4 tests. But given the restriction on third-party appeal rights for minor variance applications, in my submission, it is especially important that the materials provided to the city, to the committee, and the public be precise and reflect the variances sought. In this case, unfortunately, these materials demonstrate inconsistencies in describing both the existing condition and the proposed condition. So with respect to the proposed condition, as noted previously, the architectural plans submitted with the application show an interior which would function more as a rooming house rather than a traditional duplex. As noted by this committee, the plans, which purport to depict 2 family-sized units, include 13 full washrooms, which include sink, toilet, and shower and bathtub, 6 rooms and living areas and 6 bathrooms in one unit, and 7 rooms, living areas, and 7 bathrooms in the other. So again, while not a part of the consideration of the 4 tests, it is also worth noting that the lived experience of my clients is that this applicant currently operates the property as a short-term rental on the Airbnb platform. It's not difficult to see the link between the current use on the subject site and the potential use as an illegal rooming house, particularly when the plans depict the very same thing. The discrepancy between the proposal's description in both the application materials and the public notice, as compared to the plans on file with committee and with the city, is troubling, and that discrepancy is directly relevant to the committee's consideration of this application. Additionally, while a rooming house is permitted in this zone, it can only have a maximum of 12 rooms for living accommodation. No variance has been sought to permit 13. As a result, and due to this general lack of clarity as to the use, the application does not meet the purpose or intent of the zoning bylaw. Furthermore, the variances sought and the proposed design are not appropriate or desirable. The proposed balconies sought through variances 1 and 3 would project 4 feet beyond the new rear wall, approximately 8 feet into or nearly 1/3 of my client's rear yard. The planning rationale attempts to justify the balcony projections by referring to the visual screening of the balconies provided by existing mature vegetation and privacy fencing along the shared property lines. So I don't know if you're able to flip to the letter that I had filed with committee, but on the last page of it, there were some photographs. Photograph number 4 demonstrates the condition that the planning rationale is referring to. And I'll just wait till that gets there. Thank you very much for pulling that up. That's right. The vegetation and the privacy fence that the planning rationale refers to will do nothing to mitigate privacy and overlook concerns caused by the 2nd and 3rd story balconies. Just as I noted previously, this is another instance of a misleading description in the application materials, and in reality, the proposed balcony projections would result in adverse impacts. The proposed building depth would also have a similar adverse impact, extending up 3 floors built right to the shared property line, looming over my client's rear yard. The lots in this area are narrow and relatively shallow due to Sussex Mews to the north, so the exceedance of 2.26 meters or 7.4 feet beyond the maximum permitted building depth will have an outsized impact. The planning rationale refers vaguely to a building depth of 22.66 meters granted by committee in the surrounding area without any specifics provided to assess whether that condition is analogous to the subject property or not. I see this morning that the agent provided the presentation, but a number of their examples of approved extensions are not in the immediate area, and also the ones that they do show seem to incorporate more sensitive stepping, which is not a feature of this proposal. That is certainly the case in the immediate neighborhood, that many of the extensions approved have stepping, and that the balconies are then just terraces that walk out onto the top of the roof. For all the reasons given and on behalf of my clients, I request that all variances sought by the applicant be refused by the committee. In the alternative, I request that this matter be deferred to allow for a dialogue between my clients and the applicant and to allow for clarity in the filed application materials and the public notice. Those are my submissions, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if we have any questions for you at this point. Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Ghosh?
The depth of your client's home, do you know what that is? Because it appears that it probably also exceeds the depth allowed under the zoning.
I don't have the number of the depth, but I can say that this has been a home that's existed for quite some time, and so if there is an exceedance, which I'm not entirely sure of, then that would have to be, it would be legal, non-conforming in my opinion.
I think from my exchange with the applicant's agent that part of the clarification they were giving is, and who knows whether this is how the home will ultimately be used, but that it seems more likely that it could be 2 Airbnb units, that they'll apply for 2 short-term rental licenses rather than for a multi-tenant license. I imagine either way, your client is concerned about the impacts?
That's right. I mean, 13 full bathrooms, and I mean, the impact on infrastructure, the impact on the neighborhood and the use. But in addition, they're maintaining that it's 2 family-sized dwelling units as well, and it's to accommodate a family. And so that gives me pause with respect. It's not clear. There's no third-party appeal right here, and in my opinion, these are their submissions on the public record. This is what's told to the public. This is the notice, and this is what they're claiming. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, then the clarity is required in my submission.
Yeah. So I setting aside the fact, and we'll deal with it in committee, that there may be issues with the description of the purpose of this application. If we come to the actual variances, though, none of the balconies, except perhaps the rear one, face your client's property, right? They're facing the other side. And then it's the FSI and the depth variance is not that far behind your client's home. So what from the actual variances are the impacts? We're well aware of the other issues. What from the actual variances are the impacts on your client?
Certainly. So the 3-story extension, that is not proposed to step at all or to be cut in. That is proposed to go all the way up in full, and that is looming over a shared property line. That's an important condition, and these are quite narrow, quite shallow lots because of that laneway of the Sussex Mews to the north, and so that will have an immediate impact. And an extensive impact. The balconies, both at the side and at the rear, will allow overlook because they are proposed to go straight to the property line. And there is it also gave me pause in the application materials for them to invoke the existing mature vegetation and a privacy fence, which will do nothing. You can see the existing mature vegetation will not provide any visual screening. Whether it's mature or not is really not, it's not germane because it's not going to screen. The the balconies or the extension. And so on the variances alone, it's going to have a very outsized impact by building this kind of monolithic 3-story extension right up at my client's shared property line.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Lombardi?
Yeah, very quickly. The fact that this isn't a detached dwelling, does that come into your client's discussion and concerns?
That's definitely it. Thank you. Yes, if you look at it, they are right up against each other. That's a party wall condition. And with these relatively narrow and shallow lots, having this extension going up 3 stories with absolutely no setback there is going to have massive implications for privacy, shadow, overlook. A lot of the examples given in the immediate area, and certainly what I observed in my walk around the immediate area, they do incorporate stepping, they do incorporate sensitive, and I know that there are many ways to work that in to accommodate extensions on homes while still being sensitive to the area. So, or having balconies that don't necessarily go to the full extent of a shared property line.
And I know this has been touched on, but I'll just end with this. And what about the 13 living rooms and bathrooms within a semi-detached dwelling?
That's with respect, that's a massive impact. I can't think, certainly in my years of practice, of a semi-detached home which would incorporate 13 full bathrooms. Regardless of its use, that's going to be quite a drain on the infrastructure and resources. I understand that that's not a variance. However, that's important as what is considered before the committee and as application materials that are before the committee and before the public.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Who's next? Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm Anne-Marie LaRusso. I live at 50 Russell Street. Yes, it is. Sorry, I'll get closer, I guess. Hi, I'm Anne-Marie LaRusso. I live at 50 Russell Street. I'm the corner house on the west side of Russell, so 2 doors over. It's funny that the first picture that I think they show when they show the neighborhood images is my house on the corner. And I'm a legal duplex. My reno was completed just about 10 years ago now. And I have a second, third floor, 2-bedroom, 2-washroom apartment and with 2 balconies, and it's stepped. And my ground floor basement where I live is 2 bedrooms, 3 washrooms, 2.5 washrooms. And that's where I occupy, with 2 master bedrooms, if you will, in the basement, and then a powder room on the ground floor. I don't even know this whole notion of 13 bathrooms, and again, I know that's not really the subject matter now, but again, I have a perfectly lovely 2 apartment house with 5 washrooms. So I'm objecting to that. I took a picture this morning. I don't know if there's a way to share it, but the tower that they want to build to extend the building is going to overlook into I sit in my backyard every single day in the morning and have my coffee and such, and they're going to be cutting off my sunshine for the first few hours of the morning because it's just going to be a wall. The balconies and the people there will be able to overlook me, and I'm 2 doors over. I'm not next door, but 2 doors over, so that's one of my issues. So that impacts my privacy. It also isn't in keeping with everyone else. Everyone has almost the exact same depth for their buildings, and they want to go significantly further back. So there's shadow and overlook on my space in my yard. I've been there 25 years, by the way. And those were my main points, I believe. Extending further back. So I object to this extension. This, the use, I guess, isn't really the issue we're here for today. But I don't understand how I can do mine with 5 bathrooms, and I have I'm going to say even upscale from my upstairs that I rent out. The only reason anyone would rent 13 rooms is if you have 13 separate people there. There's no family use of 13 bathrooms. No family wants 5 bathrooms, and renting in our neighborhood, that's just not going to be what they're proposing. So I just want to state my objections for those things.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. Any questions? No?
I mean, if you wanted to bring up that photo just to see, like, they're showing the two houses on the end. Is mine is 50 Russell, and Howe, who's here as well, is the one immediately next door to the subject property, and we're the same depth, and we would both like to see them be no more than what our depth is and the subsequent houses further down, so that we're all staying the same depth. How's that? That's
Number
good.
50, actually, the side of your house is on...
I'm on the corner, Russell and Robert.
Russell and Robert.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
I think I've got my main points there. How are you going to come up? I think the actual neighbor is going to be next.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Okay, and next person. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm not the actual neighbor, actually. I'm a fraud here. My name is Barbara Casson, and my husband, Pierre Robin, is also here. There. I don't have too much to say. I'll be quick. I certainly won't use my 5 minutes.
Did we get your address?
It's 40 Russell Street.
Perfect.
And
Thank you very much.
we'll be speaking about that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to sort of first give an idea about our street, Russell Street. The pictures that were shown earlier by the applicant do not represent the houses on our street at all. Well, most of them, as far as I could see from my seat there. They're not the same at all. Our street is short. Russell runs between Robert and Spadina and only has 7 houses on it. The houses are on the north side, and they are all Victorian-style houses. They are all except one semi-detached. And on the other side of the street, on the south side, is a junior public school for little kids. So that's just sort of a picture of this street. In fact, it's been complemented because it's all still in the Victorian style, and complemented by Heritage Ontario. As I said, we live, let me see if so we live at 40 Russell Street, which is also a Victorian semi-detached residence. And the other half of our building, which is 42 Russell Street, is operated already as an Airbnb, well, as is 46 Russell, as far as I understand. It's also maintained by the same family that maintains, like ours, 42 is maintained by the same family that maintains 46 Russell. Maintained, but the family does not live there, certainly doesn't live in 42, and I don't think they live in 46. So having 2 Airbnbs on the same street already makes for a lot of garbage bins, all left on the front lawns, and having the number of, the amount of garbage that for 13 perhaps tenants at 46 would certainly create a lot more on the front lawn, likely. So I'm really basically only here to say that approval of the applications before the committee would very likely set a precedent that would affect us at 40 Russell Street, with the same, I believe the same family owning the Airbnb at 42 and at 46. So otherwise, I totally agree, my husband and I totally agree with all of the concerns expressed in the letters of objection filed with the committee, and that will be discussed today. So I don't think I will go into that. I'll just say I certainly agree with everything they say there, and I would submit that the committee should reject this application. Basically, what I'm saying is we don't want to have to fight the same battle against a rooming house 6 months from now. So that's basically all. I have also, we filed a letter of objection expressed with these thoughts. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. None? Seeing none? Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody else?
Good morning. My name's Howley, and
Good morning. An address, please.
Address is 48 Russell Street.
Thank you.
So my husband and I are owners of 48 Russell Street, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed application property. And I agree with my neighbors as to all their concerns in terms of depth extension and also the details like 13 bathrooms, etc., which is really unheard of in the neighborhood. But my main concern are the 14 openings on the proposed west wall of the property. Would you mind bringing up my letter? 48 Russell. I have a diagram there of the 14 openings, 9 windows, 5 doors, in combination with, yeah, that's the one, in combination with 2 balconies. Mind you, this is like 43 centimeters from the property line and about 80 centimeters from our house. We had a huge fire in 2005, 6-alarm fire, just 3 houses from us, and we had burning embers on our roof, and also we had to be evacuated because of the smoke filling our rooms, and we had, you know, very young children in strollers in those days. So with 14 openings, not just unprecedented in the neighborhood, but so close to your exterior door, is a huge fire hazard for us, and our memories are still very fresh. So that's why it really sort of is a huge concern for us. On the other hand, you know, we have something sort of special to our property as well. That's because of the inhabitants. Family members consist of seniors and people with very, you know, sort of immunity suppressed. So any like air pollution from these openings, because that's Airbnb rentals, any sort of pollutions could basically cost the life of our family members because of, you know, the suppressed immunity involved here. And so we have, you know, members with grave health issues. And so far, we have been dealing with things like marijuana smoking, noise, and constant traffic of renters because they're short-term, right? So the balcony not only is an overlook issue, it's going to be a security issue for us as well, because once it's built, the 2 balconies, rear balconies, would only be about 80 centimeters from our property. So the unknown sort of identity of the Airbnb renters could easily access our side, not just overlooking, you know, into our master bedrooms. It's not really about overlook issue for us as the immediate property, you know, or neighbors. We are deeply concerned with the details of the application. And the other thing is that the 14 openings are not part of the variances. So I guess just going over the variances would not reflect what will be put on this very limited Victorian west side wall, which is so close to us. Thank you very much. That's.
Thank you kindly. Let me just see if any have any questions for you. Ms. Lombardi, any questions? None? Okay, thank you very kindly, and we'll move on to the next person.
Good morning to you.
Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Sue Dexter, D-E-X-T-E-R, and I live at 97 Wilcox, which is a block north, and I'm a member of the board of the Harvard Village Residents Association. With boundaries of Bathurst, College, Bloor, and Spadina, 46 Russell is within the catchment of our association. We share the concerns of residents stated in letters and in person this morning. Taken at face value, The extension into the rear garden already exceeds the depth of adjacent properties. Building out 3 stories at that depth has created the 1.31 FSI. And I don't have the numbers, but I do have experience on FSI variances in the neighborhood because I've done planning in the neighborhood, planning matters for our association for the last 25 years. I would say the max that we're getting is around 1.2. Allowable is 1.0, but in our experience, it's 1.2. The side balconies are rare in the neighborhood. They lead to privacy and overlook on the neighbor's house to the west. But they also, the neighbor's house also has windows facing into the jog that enable light to come into the front of Victorian houses. Those balconies present a real threat to fire safety as they contain not just windows, but also openings for doors, which would render fire abatement moot. The brick and brick facing construction that characterizes our neighborhood was based on changes in the 19th century building code to outlaw wood frame buildings and prevent the spread of fire. That concern remains alive today. I watched the 6 Robert Street houses burn down with fingers of flame extending feet from the windows that had been blasted out by the force of the flames. I live a block from those houses, but quickly recognized my house was under threat. The firestorm created wind and drafts that carried burning embers throughout the community. We brought water to my roof to douse the embers. To this day, a certain shadow over my house on a Sunday afternoon brings back a flood of terrifying memories. We also had 2 house fires on my own street that gutted the 3rd floors of 2 houses. Old construction and illegal rooming houses have been a bad combination. An illegal rooming house along College was gutted, a fire that trapped and killed Alicia Lammers and led a court in 2019 to fine the owners $1.3 million in damages. The rooming house had no working smoke detectors, no means of escape, and no right of fire inspection. Alicia's death and others contributed to the recent changes in MLS regulations. The clear intention is to create oversight that would ensure safe operation of a rooming house, including fire safety, working smoke alarms, regular inspection, and licensing. That will not happen if you approve this project. Instead, we would be fighting a rearguard action to bring the building into compliance. Committees should be wary of approving applications that elude the rules and violate zoning lest others be encouraged to do the same. This is not the first of this kind of proposal we've encountered. We were encouraged about a year ago when a similar proposal in a semi on Borden Street was turned down by a committee of your, I don't think any of you were on that application, but you turned it, the committee turned it down based on the stated variances. We urge you to do the same with this application. We need to respect the law, and the detail of whether it was identified by zoning or whether it wasn't is nothing to hide behind because it's dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That's excellent timing. Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. None? Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to confirm, there's no other speakers here in person that wish to speak on this item? See none?
Okay.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker online.
Online, thank you. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, could we get your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Robin Penslar, and I live at 60 Robert Street, across the street from 46. Russell.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Thank you very much. So I'm speaking on both my behalf and behalf of my spouse, Derek Penslar. We've lived here since 2011. Like Anne Marie LaRusso, our house is it's about the same size, and is a duplex, a legal duplex with 2 units of 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in each unit. I had planned to read in my submission, but it echoes what's already been presented to you, and I won't take the time to do that. We agree with all of the letters of objection, particularly those as expressed by Councillor Sachs, by the HVRA, and Sue Dexter as their representative this morning, who spoke directly to our issues, both as to the representation that this is meant to be a family house to accommodate the needs of a family, and what it looks like with I can't imagine a house our size, which I think is a little larger than the subject house, with 13 living quarters with ensuite bathrooms, and 2 kitchens, a kitchen each. In addition to that concern, though, for you to take cognizance of, is the fire issue, which is a huge issue, and that we're very concerned about. And this part I will read, even though it's been expressed and very, very well by Susan Dexter, with whom we 100% agree. We're very concerned about fire hazard, as every letter expresses. Multiple houses across the street from 46 Russell, including ours, were destroyed. Our house was destroyed, burned to the ground, or severely damaged in 2005. Rebuilding took over 2 years. The HVRA's letter and Susan's presentation described the ease with which flames jump from house to house, and the difficulty that firefighters face when there's so little space between the tightly packed houses. The risks are bad enough when structures meet bylaw requirements. The variances that are requested, reducing setbacks between the buildings and the setback behind the building, in particular, increase that risk substantially. The risk of spreading fire to the wood garage and beyond into the houses behind the subject property are significant and very scary, as well as the privacy issues. And I also wanted to stress the importance of oversight by via the new bylaws, the new updated bylaws on multi-tenant housing. They were amended for a reason, to address very serious issues, and we need adherence to those. So thank you very much for your time and consideration. Those letters are really letters and presentations from Aird Burles on behalf of 44 Russell, and the HVRA's letter and presentation this morning, and the next door neighbor's presentation at 48 Robert are really key and very important, and we completely agree with them. We note that there are no letters in support by any neighbor of this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions at this point.
Of course.
Seeing none, thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers at all?
No, that's all.
That's it? Thank you. Mr. Sun, where are you? Ah, there you are. So you've had a chance to hear all the deputations. I wonder if you might want to respond to what you've heard?
Okay, sure. Actually, the owner's here with me. I've been explaining the neighbors' concerns to him just through everyone's speak. And then first thing is that I just want to emphasize on we do believe the FSI and the building lengths we're requesting right now fit into the neighborhood character. And at the same time, the intention for him is to move back to this property. And then as we earlier mentioned, there is a short rental licensing. There might be a chance in the future they maybe continue for that. And then I know for the past few years, the regulation for rooming house has to be more comprehensive and completed by the cities, and then if, as we discussed, if the intention is actually to do a rooming house, we may as well just come in for that application and then follow the rules. And then I think, okay, sorry. So I'll just quickly repeat, and then the intention for the owner is actually to move back, and then at the moment there is a short rental licensing. They may continue with that as well. And as I mentioned, for the rooming house rules from the city side, it has become very comprehensive year by year. And then if the intention it's to do rooming house long term, we may as well just come here for that presentation and purpose, and then follow by the rules. I think we are showing a bit of a unique layout just to kind of, satisfy what the family's needs with their current state. I understand a lot of people talk about the fire issues, and the fire issue is not part of the committee. Just want to quickly address that. With the balcony, we have a certain setback from that area, and then that would allow us to have unprotected openings, and then the whole building permit stage would actually address all the fire code and the proper setback for fire protection.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Sun. Let's see if there's any questions at this point for you. Mr. Lombardi?
Just a quick question. How big is the proposed building?
The total, it's around 2,500 to 3,000 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, rhetorical question, but I'll ask it. How do you intend to fit 13 living areas, 13 bathrooms in 2,500 square feet?
How we intend to fit into it. I think as the plan shows, we're just trying to give everybody a separate washroom with the 3 children, and then both their parents. Probably there's a number of family members coming in, and then each bedrooms and the washroom was followed by the building code to give a somewhat a standard slash a little bit sized down sizes, but still kind of follow what the building code required.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other questions at this point? None? Thank you. Please, I'd just like to make a comment, and then we'll take it into committee. I think everybody is quite aware that what we are here, the panel is here to assess are the variances that are before us, the requested variances. Having heard all the deputations, there are other concerns, but that's not before us, including fire regulations. That's something that would, different department that will deal with those sorts of things. So with having said that, I think we'll take it into committee and have a discussion about where we go with this. Thank you, Mr. Sun.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, maybe I'll start off with my own thoughts about this, and then have you weigh in as well. I think one of the challenges always with applications like this is that the use is not before us. What is before us are the 6 variances that we're looking at. and judge them on the merits of the requests that are before us. And having looked at these and having also listened to some of the deputations, I do find some of the variances problematic. The rear balconies site, the setbacks for the rear balconies problematic. The side balconies and the setback I find problematic. The depth of the building at one point 2.26 meters beyond what is allowed is a little bit more than I would consider being minor. So those are some of my thoughts, and I welcome to hear yours as well as we go through this deliberation. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with you. When I first saw this application, I was pretty sure I was going to support it. But looking closer, I think particularly the side balconies, they front the house to the west in a really close to the windows and the jog of the house, and I think that interface is not desirable. And you know, with that said, there are elements that can be removed from this that would make it, I think, a lot more attractive as an application. The rear balconies and the side balconies. In addition, there's the depth, which is not a huge variance, but I do take the point that was made that these are relatively shallow lots. And so that the impact of that depth, I think, is enhanced. Also, that the fact that it doesn't step down at all, even though that's not a variance. I think it goes to show that the zoning is quite permissive, that you can fit this level of density in a building with basically the only meaningful variance being the FSI one. So, yeah, to your point, I don't think I can support this application because of the impacts of some of these smaller variances.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Ms. Ghosh?
I will take the contrarian view. The variances themselves are not that impactful in my view, except potentially the west-facing balconies. And even those where they're set on the building is not facing the rear yard, it's facing the side of that home. You know, and there are fire safety regulations in place. You know, it'll go through a building code process. The FSI is not, 1.3 is not that high for any area of the city, but certainly not here right beside the University of Toronto in proximity to Great Transit on College, on Spadina. The use, were it coming to us as a multi-tenant house, as a rooming house, in other words, I think would be fine. The use as two large Airbnbs with a washroom in every room, so we're talking, there might be a market for that, for large families coming to Toronto and wanting to each have, you know, to not go to a hotel and each have a washroom. But I find that use maybe even more problematic in some ways than a multi-tenant use. But still, if there's any area of the city where it could be okay, it could be here. I think the problem with, but it does to me look much more like a multi-tenant house because the fire separation between the units I see as a bit of a false separation just to make it a duplex. That's why I was asking, because there's a fire rated door between what looks like a bedroom at the front of the house and the rest of the house, and a fire rated separation there. But when you read it, it really looks like a front door that's going to access all 13 bedrooms. And that's why, to me, it most looks like a rooming house. I would still find it approvable, though, because when you look at the variances, it's approvable. And I think they'll have a problem down the line getting a license, or as the Secretary Treasurer sort of alluded to earlier, maybe there are other zoning requirements that are missed here because they're applying for the wrong thing and they'll have a problem down the line for that reason. But it's not for us to protect them from having to pay another fee and come back to us because they didn't submit the right application. So on the variances, the FSI, the depth, when you look at the depth on the site plan and you see how little it juts out compared to each of the neighbors, both of which I think are beyond the depth allowance themselves. I would approve this application despite my doubts that as a project it won't face other hurdles, with a condition that there be privacy screening to the east and west sides of all of the balconies, which in some ways will render those west side balconies not that desirable for use, but that wouldn't concern me in imposing that condition. That's where I would lean.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Ms. Crawford?
Yes, I take a different view about the use issue because I'm concerned about it from the standpoint of public notice or lack of public notice, because we're being asked to consider it as a duplex with the associated zoning issues, but the evidence contradicts that. It's going to be used as a duplex. So I also am in agreement with the concerns expressed about the specific variances. So I think either a deferral would be appropriate so the applicant can return with accurate descriptions and we have proper zoning reviews, or a refusal. I'd also really encourage the applicant to dialogue with the immediate neighbors in terms of the specific variances, in terms of adverse impact. So that's where I'm landing.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share all of my colleagues' comments and concerns, and it's interesting. We've had a varied number of sort of positions on this application. And like my colleague, Member Reid, initially I was leaning towards approval of this application, but gave it a much greater review prior to the hearing, and also today listening to all the parties here. So we're not here to deal with the use, but it really, the evidence that I've heard, the information I've heard today, really stretches the credulity of this as a duplex. But I'll put that aside because our mandate is to address the 4 tests. So, hearing my colleague, Member Ghosh, I can certainly understand his position in terms of the variances. I also understand Member Reid's position, and certainly I've heard Member Crawford's position as to perhaps a deferral or a refusal. I look at this quite clearly and simply as, are the 4 tests satisfied by the 6 variances being requested? I have to suggest that I have a concern with the east side yard setback for the 3rd-story balcony, which is at 0. And I also have a question regarding variance number 6, which is the FSI, and that's why I asked the question of the applicant. In doing a neighborhood study area, was there a total number of houses within a broader context and an immediate context counted? And if so, with the evidence that was provided, what was the prevailing neighborhood character in terms of FSI? And I didn't get the answer that I wanted, nor did I think that the analysis was comprehensive. So, if you've heard me before, I'll say it again. I always refer to a court decision, Vincent versus de Gasperis, which I think is very relevant for many variances. That decision by the court determined that, first of all, each of the variances must satisfy each of the 4 tests. And in this instance, I do not believe that each of the variances satisfies each of the tests. And if one variance fails any one of the tests, then the application must fail. So, having said that, I'm not prepared to support this application. However, I am cognizant of Member Crawford's position that perhaps a deferral might be in order. I'm prepared to consider that motion if that motion were put forward. But generally, I'm not prepared to support this application.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Perhaps at this point, it may be appropriate, and with Secretary Treasurer's direction, I might want to ask, come out of committee and ask the agent if a deferral may be preferable. That be appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you can do that.
Thank you. Okay, so Member Crawford, I will act on your suggestion and go back to Mr. Sun and ask him if he's... Mr. Sun, would you be willing to look at a deferral as opposed to a potential refusal?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. So, having heard Mr. Sun's comment about the deferral, thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. If I could just expand on that. So, if you were granted a deferral, what changes would you make? What would happen in that event?
I think as we talk, as we heard from the committee members, I think the main issue from the neighbor as well, first is the side balconies, and at the same time is the rear balcony extension. At the same time, the balcony setback from the adjacent neighbor, and also the extension we're trying to propose. It's kind of a matching what the existing ground floor it's located at, but then maybe we can look into proposal actually set back from the 3rd floor to give this little bit of more terrace look, really fit better into the neighborhood. That will actually bring down the FSI as well, and to fit in better with the neighborhood character. And then we'll definitely able to speak with the owner as well, sort of a rethink of the layout to make it a little bit more suitable for the duplex application. And then, as the committee member suggested, we'll go back to talk to the neighbors. Well, today we heard a lot of comments. I think all these sort of changes are trying to address the major concerns from the neighbor side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun, for that. I think you and your client have heard a lot.
Yes, yes.
You've got a very multi-layered meal that you have to digest and perhaps come up with a more suitable application.
I understand.
Thank you very much. We'll take it back into committee.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Member Crawford. Would you like? Oh, sorry, Mr. Ghosh, did you have?
I just wanted to make a comment, which is I would have come out against the deferral because I think I had the same concerns maybe as Mr. Reid that might have had in asking that question, that we've heard all the evidence and why defer it for just to come back to another committee, and that might not even be the best. It might even create a bit of arbitrariness in terms of decision making if they just come back with the same application on another day with another panel, which is something that we should look to avoid. But I actually have been convinced from the answer to the question that I think if the minutes reflect that they're going away to do a redesign to address the impact of the variances, because I think the agent did a good job of explaining that they've heard what the issues are with this application. So for those reasons, rather than saying I'm opposed to a deferral, I think they've convinced me that it's appropriate.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Ghosh. I think you make a very good point. We do need to hear what's going to be different.
Yeah.
Ms. Crawford, would you like to move the motion?
Yes, so
Thank you.
I commend the applicant for listening and going on the record saying specific changes are going to be made that address the concerns of the neighbors. And again, just would encourage real clarity in the description of the use, just for the purpose of public notice as well as zoning review. And on that basis, I would move to defer this application so the applicant can return with accurate descriptions, proper zoning reviews, and potentially an amended plan that addresses the concerns we heard today.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Second. Thank you. Mr. Lombardi seconds. All those in favor? Mr. Sun, you have your deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Okay, and we move on to item number 2. Okay, item number 2 is 684 WILLARD Avenue, and purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, cantilevered at the southwest corner, with a rear Juliet balcony and a rear one-story addition with a rear covered porch and stairs. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, and correspondence in concern or interest from 103 Priscilla Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cocomello. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Lucas Cocomello from Chillico. Address is 340 Church Street, Oakville.
Thank you very much. Doesn't appear that we've got anybody in opposition to this application, but just let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. I don't see any questions at this point, but I do have one for you. Variance number 5 is the one that refers to, oops, there it is, rear yard soft landscaping. When you identify that as being 30.4% of the rear yard will be maintained, is that an existing circumstance?
Well, it's basically the new existing circumstance after the addition is basically built. There is some grass already on the rear lot, rear portion of the lot. It's being maintained as is, so that's what we're trying to retain.
So it's existing, is it?
Yeah, whatever the existing grass portion is off the new rear portion of the house.
Okay, thank you. Let me just see, Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the rear yard, you have a garage and a gazebo, but you also have a large gravel driveway. And I'm just wondering, could part of that be permeable pavers just to improve the rear condition?
So that's essentially a private right-of-way between the two neighbors, between the subject property and the immediate neighbor. So in terms of adding on some form of permeable pavers, it basically anything outside of the right-of-way portion. So the dashed line that's showing the gravel driveway, we can include it. I'm not saying we won't, but we can include it. But again, it's very minimal in this case.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this point? Mr. Reid and then Mr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. Just getting back to that driveway, is it permeable, the gravel driveway? Does water seep into the ground?
Realistically, yes. It's not like a huge amount, but yes, it does seep into the ground as is.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Mr. Ghosh?
Yeah, I was going to similarly ask, because gravel does have a level of permeability that maybe we impose a condition, or maybe I'll ask it as a question: would you mind if we impose a condition that your driveway not be paved unless it's paved with a permeable material, and that way it'll remain gravel, it won't become asphalt in the future?
Yeah, I think that's okay. It's one of those things we'll add it to the site plan prior to obtaining the zone certificate or going into building permit stage.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. Good point. Thank you. If we don't have any more questions, we'll take it into committee for a decision. Okay, Mr. Lombardi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The only concern I had was with variance number 5, and we've attempted to address that, and it is an existing condition. But I think this application is a modest increase and improvement to the property. The neighborhood consists mostly of 2-story houses. There's eclectic architecture, but most of the homes have peaked roofs. So, and the side yards, some of the side yards appear to be quite tight as well. So, I can support this application. I think simply put, it's an attempt to modernize the house for additional habitable space, and I have no issues with the other variances. So, I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application, granting the 5 variances, subject to my colleague's condition regarding the permeable paving.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do we have a second, Mr. Ghosh? Thank you.
And I'll just vocalize the condition again for the Secretary Treasurer that it that the driveway remain unpaved unless paved with permeable material.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and Mr. Ghosh seconds that. All those in favor? Thank you. So, Mr. Reid, it was. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, you have your approval, sir. Thank you. All right, and then we move on to item number 3, which was deferred. Moving on to item number 4. Item number 4 is 208 LINSMORE CRESCENT. Okay, bear with me. And the purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain the building height of the existing 2-story detached dwelling as approved by minor variance decision number A0187/22TEY, which was constructed beyond the limits of the authorized building permit number 22219682BLD00NH. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 10 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting the subject property, a building permit number affecting the subject property, and an order to comply affecting the subject property. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent in person and all registered speakers.
Hi. Oh, there you are. Thank you. I should look up more frequently. Good morning, and if you could get your name and address, please.
Yes, hello, Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Maya Marchese. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services, located at 87 Skyway Avenue in Toronto.
Thank you. Let me just check. We've got somebody who's... Is that indicating just as an observer? So this person's not speaking, I take it?
Yes, they are just observing.
Thank you. Okay, that solves that problem. Let me see if my colleagues require a little explanation for the issue at hand. I certainly would like to have a little explanation, or if anybody has questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Lombardi?
I don't need a presentation, but I have questions.
Please, Mr. Lombardi.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. and I'm, I'm going to have a common comment that I make when we have before us legalize and maintain situations. How did this come about?
So it's my understanding that the current owners bought this property a couple of months ago with the open order to comply on it. The original committee application, I think it was in 2022, was approved with several variances. And since that approval, the design changed from having a sloped roof to a flat roof, which contributed to requiring these variances today.
All right, and in your cover letter, you talk about the fact that you don't believe that the resulting exceedances created by the two variances, specifically for exterior side main wall height, that's the second variance, will not create more impactful conditions than contemplated by the previous Committee of Adjustment decision. I disagree, so can you try to convince me otherwise?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the cover letter that you're reading wasn't prepared by me. That was the agent. I am here on behalf of the owners today as their planner. I can go through a bit of justification for the variances if you would like.
Well, I mean, an abbreviated sort of counter argument to mine would be appropriate, given the fact that this is proposed as a flat roof. So when you have a variance for exterior main wall height increases, that is impactful when you have a flat roof.
I understand. It is a flat roof being proposed here. And while the architectural style varies from what was previously approved or applied through for the building permit, the overall building height and main wall heights being requested do exist within the neighborhood and are not uncommon in the neighborhood. There are many other approvals within the neighborhood of similar conditions. I think there is also a photo of the existing dwelling and the neighboring dwelling that was submitted, which demonstrates an example of how that is existing within the neighborhood.
And you say that there are other examples within the neighborhood. Have you provided that information to us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was just retained to be here within the last couple of days, so I didn't provide anything. But I can go through some examples that I did find.
So you, in essence, you've been thrown to the wolves, in a sense. No, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just looking at the fact that the previous Committee of Adjustment decision did include exterior main wall height variances. So this is an additional increase. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this point? No? Okay, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Thank you. Okay. Who'd like to run with this one? Ms. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, apart from the fact that it's always a bit disappointing when applications come back that have been constructed illegally without the required permissions, I think what's being requested here, I think the impact of the additional height, the total height and the exterior main wall height, I think is pretty minor, given that it kind of lines up with what's beside it. I think that large house. And then the additional impact of the side wall, I don't see it as having undue effects on the neighboring properties. So I'd be willing to support this application, and I'll put forward a motion that we approve it with the regular, for the record, that we don't endorse construction without a building permit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Who'd like to second this motion?
I'll second it. If I can add a comment, and this is a comment, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. It's a comment that I provide in all as-built situations that are before this committee in which I sit, and that is, in these kinds of situations, it really is irrelevant whether the construction has occurred or not. Well, not irrelevant, but immaterial from a planning perspective. And the rule that we should consider is not to punish the owner in terms of costs for the construction, nor should we otherwise not approve a meritorious application and simply withhold variances. So we have to look at this application as if it hadn't been built. This is, brand new application before us. And in that instance, I agree with my colleague, and I would second his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. I think that's an important point to keep in mind. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do the members want to take a 5-10 minute break at this time? Okay, so we'll say 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Five's okay?
Minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Please turn off your videos. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones.
Thank you. Welcome back. We're at item number 5. Item number 5 is 290 Old Western Road, and the purpose of the application: the subject site will contain one residential apartment building and one non-residential building connected by an underground parking garage, level P1. This application is to alter the development standards for the 29-story residential apartment building, Building A, approved under Site-Specific Zoning Bylaw 1289-2022 OLT by increasing the height at the southeast corner of the tower that will have stepping down of heights, number of stories from 29 stories to 36 stories, total gross floor area on site, total residential gross floor area on site, number of dwelling units, and permitted balcony projections on the east and west sides of the building. Also to permit reducing building setbacks, separation distances, and the number of long-term and short-term residential bicycle parking spaces. There will be a total of 452 residential dwelling units on the lot within Building A. It should be noted that the 6-story non-residential building, Building B, will be maintained and as approved under the site-specific bylaw, a site plan control application file number 2022-1402-54 STE09SA is currently under review. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting the subject property, an arborist report, site-specific zoning bylaw number, and revised diagram number 3. Commenting agency reports that were received from Metrolinx, Transportation Review, Community Planning, and we also have correspondence in support from LUSO, Canadian Charitable Society, and also from 180 Osler Street. We also have correspondence in opposition from 66 Ford Street and another one on 4th Street, no specific number indicated. We have a 23 signature petition in opposition signed by owners and occupants of properties on Connolly Street, Davenport Road, 4th Street, and Old Western Road. We also have materials in opposition from 52 Ford Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 3 registered speakers.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. Mr. Foderick, are you there? Good morning, Mr. Foderick.
He's muted. Hi, Mr. Foderick, you've been muted.
Testing.
Good morning, Mr. Foderick, you there?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Hi.
Perfect.
Perhaps just a little louder if you can.
I will try to speak up. How is that?
Thank you. Hopefully we'll be able to hear, but let's try. We do have folks in opposition, so we will require a presentation, please.
Yes. So my name is Mike Foderick. I'm a planning and development lawyer from McCarthy-Tatro, and I'm acting for the applicant I2 Developments on this file.
Sorry, can you just hold on a second? We're having difficulty quite hearing you.
Okay. I'm going to try changing my microphone. Bear with me.
That would be great. Give it a shot.
Testing again, if you can still hear me.
Much better, thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for a technical issue of some kind. I'll really try to enunciate.
No problem. Thank you.
Your permission, I'll begin. Is that all right?
When you're ready.
Thank you. So as I said, Michael Broderick, I'm a planning and development lawyer from McCarthy-Taitra. I act for the applicant I2 Developments. The subject site is 290 Old Weston Road. It's a former cadet cleaner site, well-known to people in the West End of Toronto. The variances before you today, although there may appear to be a lot of them, it really boils down to an increase in height and modifications to the floor plate size to permit a 36-story, primarily residential, well, entirely residential, in fact, purpose-built rental building. There's a small non-residential building, which is really the subject of any variances, also on the same site. And although there's a lot of variances, we really would have liked to have just given you a revised diagram 3 that just simply said, you know, replace the diagram 3 in the bylaw with this diagram 3, and that's how we do other variances all the time. I see some other variances on the same agenda, they're written that way. However, the examiner in this case preferred to enumerate all the changes one by one, so that's how this is written. So it's a little bit more variances than I think were necessary, but that it also achieved the same result. So what the examiner's done is asked we enumerate those one by one, and so that's the variances you see from all those changes to the setbacks and whatnot, although, as I said, they're quite modest, but when you read them spelled out like that, they may seem more intimidating than they are. Really, other than the increase in height and changes in floor plates, the other big move here is to secure as a Section 45(9) benefit 16 additional affordable rental housing units for LUSO charities. They are a fantastic organization, and I know they've written a letter, and they may even be speaking today, and they'll speak better than I can about their work. But this is a massive increase to the already existing affordable housing contribution, essentially a doubling of the affordable housing contribution already is secured. It's a Section 37 benefit that we can only really secure by way of a Section 45(9) condition, and that's part of the reason we're doing this by way of minor variance and not some other mechanism, because a rezoning would you can't amend Section 37 in that manner, and that this is an old Section 37 deal. But the number of units proportionate to what we're doing is really an extreme, on part of our clients, most aggressive I've ever seen by a couple of orders of magnitude, and so that's what's up here. In terms of the tests themselves, there's really 4 key takeaways. One being official plan amendment number 537, the Keel St. Clair secondary plan, which since the site-specific bylaw came into force, has now come into force, and it contemplates approximately 35 stories in this location specifically. So at 36 stories, we think we're very much in keeping with not just the intent and purpose, but in fact conform with the official plan. Another big takeaway is that there are a number of major approvals that have happened in the immediate vicinity of the site. Some are mentioned in the staff report, for example, to the immediate north, Delta Bingo, 50 stories and 42 stories respectively. To our south, 195 Old Weston Road, 45 stories and 40 stories respectively. And to our west, 6 Lloyd Avenue, 44 stories and 31 stories respectively. So we're still going to be the low point, if you will, in the area, even with these variances. And that's, again, a fundamental change to the planning context, and you can say existing context that's happened in the last few years. Finally, there is a letter of staff support from city staff. Again, really, I urge you to read that. Again, it talks in some detail about the LUSO arrangement, which we think is a really big win for the city and for the community at large, as well as a letter of support from transportation. Oh, by the way, there's a proposed condition in the planning staff report, and we, of course, support that condition. We assisted in writing that. And then there's a supportive letter from transportation services, which speaks to the variances related to bicycle parking, and there's a proposed condition there, and of course, we find that acceptable. That's a very trite thing to do these days. In fact, I think it's permitted as a right, so I don't think that's a variance at all. However, staff insisted on me asking for the variance and then securing it by way of the conditions. That was perfectly fine. So I can speak in greater detail. I'll just say that I think these changes clearly do meet the intent and purpose of the official plan. Obviously, OPA 537, this being entirely consistent with that. The new direction, this being approximately 35-story building here on the site specifically, The site-specific bylaw, the intent and purpose there to permit a residential tower in exactly this location. It already contemplates this significant gift to LISO charities, and we're doubling it, so I think it's entirely consistent with the intent and purpose of that site-specific bylaw. And then in terms of being a minor, absolutely. When we look at the modest increase this represents relative to not just neighboring...
Mr. Fodrick, sorry to interrupt you, but I think your microphone, your voice keeps fading every now and then, so I think we've had, just judging by the expressions on my colleagues' faces, it's been a bit difficult to quite follow everything you've been saying. Is there anything you can do to improve the sound?
I will try changing my microphone one or two more times and hope that improves things. Bear with me, I'll do that now.
Please, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me at all?
That sounds better. If you can maintain that, that'll be great.
With your patience, I just have literally about 30 more seconds, and I'll speak a little bit slower, just on the chance that I assist. I was just about to run through the 4 tests, and I had gone through first of those 4 tests being the intent and purpose of the official plan, specifically OPA 537 being the requisite official plan to look at. And as staff note in their report, we are quite not just conformed to the official plan, not just meet the intent and purpose where it explicitly states that a 35 building, and generally a 35-story building is appropriate here. In terms of the zoning bylaw, there is a site-specific zoning bylaw which explicitly contemplates a 29-story residential tower, almost identical in every material way to this one. And so these modifications, we think, very much are keeping that intent and purpose. In fact, that bylaw in section 37 condition secures a sizable donation of LISO charities. These variances would double that contribution to over 30 such units, which is again quite a large give, and we think this would be entirely consistent, entirely meeting the intent and purpose of that bylaw, and just doubling the give to LISO charities. In terms of it being minor, I think it is minor relative to not just the plan context, but relative to the impact. You know, minor isn't just a question of numerical standards. Again, I'm speaking trite things to this committee who knows the law in that area very well. But it's not something you look and say, oh, it's X percentage or Y percentage. No, we look at the impact, and in this case, the lack of impact that this would relative to what the plan context and the approvals of the neighboring properties already, all larger than ours, would be, again, de minimis, if anything, I would say. And finally, you know, the desirability of the proposal, you know, for the neighborhood. I think that this significant increase for LISO charities speaks for itself. I'll just note that this committee approved last year a minor variance for nearby 394 Symington for 6 additional stories for 6 additional rental housing units. Here we're talking about 7 stories for 16 units. This would be a very healthy precedent to set, that if one wants more stories, the staff seem to be anxious to secure, they should prop up that sort of massive community benefit. Really disproportionately large, if I can be honest, but something we're willing to do in this case, and we're hoping for your support in securing this through Section 45.9 condition. Subject to your questions after my submission. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I hope my colleagues were able to get the gist of what you were saying, because it's been a bit difficult to quite hear exactly what it was you were saying. But let me just see if they have any questions at this point. Mr. Ghosh has a question for you.
So you've been speaking a fair bit about the affordable housing units, and and that is a very interesting part of this proposal. But 16 affordable housing rental units can mean many different things. Can you give us some specificity as to how many bedrooms? Like, are they 1-bedroom units, 2, 3? Is there a mix? what measure of affordability? Is it 80%, 60%? What is it? And how many years? Is it 25 years? Is it 40 years? Those are pretty standard numbers. Like, do you have anything to tell us other than, oh, it's 16 more units?
I'm so grateful for that question. And in part, I'm going to ask you to read the letter that you should have in your file from Luso Charities, who are going to be the recipient of those units. And I believe that their president may be speaking as a deputy. I know they've been registered. I don't know if they've in fact here today virtually to speak, but if they do, they'll do a better job than I can. The intent of, there's an existing Section 37 agreement for the existing density, which gives them 18 such units, and this would increase that by 16 units to a total of 34 units. They are an amazing, they will get it in fee simple, so it's transferred to them, so in perpetuity, it's forever. It's not for some 99 or 25 years or something, that's forever. They are an amazing charity that provides affordable housing to developmentally delayed adults. I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said if there's anyone I've met that's next to God, it's these folks and the amazing work that they do. And this is a game-changing opportunity for them to be offered these units. It's something that we were excited to give them directly. Staff are very excited that they're getting it, and they will do a better job than I can of articulating the needs of those developmentally delayed adults who will be housed here. My understanding of how they will use units, again, I would defer to them on this, but they don't just serve as places for those folks to live on an ongoing basis, but also as they use them as temporary respite places where families that have developmentally delayed adults, and it's a full-time job to raise those adults, and they just don't have a moment to rest. They can bring those adults here at these charities, and that someone takes care of them for a week maybe while they can get away and maybe have some time to relax for the first time in their lives. That's what this charity does, and that's specifically what this is for. And as I said, my clients are taking the extraordinary step of giving, I think, way more affordable units than could ever be reasonable. We just don't see this kind of amount of give. It's way beyond what Section 37 condition or even other Section 45(9) conditions are. And frankly, over give on their part because of the specific destination charity here. And so it's a fundamental part of how we can justify doubling the size, essentially. They get the entire floor of the podium currently, and this is going to constitute an additional entire floor of the podium. They're going to have 2 entire floors of the podium. And how they configure it, to answer your final part of your question about the number of bedrooms, we're going to leave that to them in terms of how to configure it. I don't believe it's certainly not secured in the zoning bylaw itself. But that would be something that we're leaving to them to demise the units as they see fit, consistent with what their needs are to deliver their services. I know they'll have some administrative areas in there in the center of the core of the building as well. So I don't have the unit by unit breakdown, but they're going to be size units that charity desires. Anyway, there's an existing Section 37 agreement which specifically gives the existing floor to them, and as you can see by the Section 45(9) condition, the intent is to double down, if you will, on that give. I hope that's helpful to answer your questions. If you have some more specific ones about how the charity intends to provide the space, I would either direct you to that letter that's on the record or direct you to an upcoming deputy.
Well, the letter doesn't actually speak to that, but that was very helpful in that the affordability measure and how it's used and allocated is going to all be done by the charity. It's not you're agreeing to a certain percentage and they're coming in to manage it. They're going to actually have it. And then it sounds like you're saying, so is it a condominium building and they're literally taking ownership? Like you're saying they're going to have it fee simple?
It's a permanent rental, so there won't be a condominium created. If there is a condominium created,
okay,
we can carve them out of it. So they're not going to have units in a condo. They will be carved out. We'll be doing like severance to, not for you today, once the building is built and you have an as-built condition.
Okay, you'll do a stratified severance and they'll literally own that portion of the building.
Correct. And I'm advised by text by my colleagues that it's approximately 20 to 25 beds and 16,000 square feet, roughly, is the size of the number of units in question.
Oh, okay, thanks. That was, again, you are a little faint, but I do think I managed to hear your whole explanation, and it's appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardi has a question for you, Mr. Fodray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So you're proposing an additional 82 dwelling units. Now, 16 of those will be the affordable housing component, so that leaves 66 units, and those would be in addition to what was approved in 2022 by the OLT. Is that a result of changing market conditions, changing context in terms of area context? Can you explain why the increase?
A combination of those two things, in fact. The desire is to build a building that's financially viable, and that's definitely going to assist with that. I'm not going to mislead the committee and say, oh, the project's a non-starter if we don't get the additional variance, but it's certainly going to assist in a very tough market. I'm grateful that this client is actually proceeding with this building on all cylinders. It's there when many people aren't, but this client is doing that, and so we're all grateful for that. The changing context is humongous, because since that original OLT application, which actually is a few years earlier than the OLT approval, we've seen an announcement that there's going to be an up station, a UP Express station, about 300 meters from the subject property. We're seeing a new, what they call the Transportation Master Plan, where there's a new Davenport Road extension. Davenport, which currently ends at Old Weston Road, right adjacent subject property, is now going to extend through the subject property. The subject property has already topped out about 40% of its size to the city for that new Davenport Road extension, which will in fact be the front door of the proposed development. And so there's a massive investment by the city and provincial government in the new upstation and the new transportation network, including the Keele Street extension, Davenport extension. It's going to completely transform this area. Those are all sort of new developments. In particular, OPA 537, which came into force just, I want to say, about 12 to 18 months ago, perhaps less. That contemplates now, and it didn't at the time of that site-specific approval, approximately 35 stories on the subject land. So now the 29-story approval is quite modest. And as I've already alluded to, I'll repeat it one final time because it may not have got caught by the shaky microphone. Since then, we also have an approval to the immediate north on the Delta Bingo site of 50 stories, as multiple towers, the tallest of which is 50. To the south of the subject property at 195 Old Weston Road, 45 stories, again, taller south as well. And taller west at 6 Lloyd Avenue, which is the highest tower, 44 stories. So at 36, we're still the low person on the both west, north, and south. So it's still a dip. So yeah, the plan context has significantly changed, and in every way it can change. In a dramatic way, dare I say, there's probably no intersection in the city where the plan context has changed more than this one. There's no exception I can think of in the last 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, and I think I caught most of that. And also, and this is a rhetorical question, but I'll ask it anyway. The recent approvals by the province and obviously the city adopting MTSAs and PMTSAs. Your property is located within the St. Clair Old Weston Road PMTSA, and that encourages a certain amount of density, but it's a minimum amount of density, and obviously the city encourages more. Is that impactful on your application as well?
That's certainly true and helpful, but unlike most MTSAs in the city, here the city is taking the additional step, and the minister is taking the additional step of passing a secondary plan specific to this area, what I refer to as OPA 537, which specifically goes further and says, on this site, which we call Station South, because it's just south of the proposed station, approximately 35 stories is what's envisioned. So we think we're very much meeting the intent and purpose of that at 36 stories, and staff seem to agree. And so unlike most MTSAs, there are 120 in the city, most of which have not had that secondary plan exercise. Very few have. This one has, and they've flushed that out to not just have the minimum set out in the MTSA, but they've flushed out, say, in the case of, and they've done similar things for all the sites in the area. This one being approximately 35 stories. So we think we're very much meeting the intent and purpose of that.
Yeah, and I know the city is undertaking an exercise in terms of finalizing zoning for most of these PMTSAs and MTSAs, and I don't think that has been resolved yet, but that is coming early next year.
Correct, but I would say whatever that zoning does decide to resolve, and whether it be characterized as minimums or whatnot, that zoning bylaw, like any zoning bylaw, would have to conform with the official plan, like all zoning bylaws do. And in the case of this area and this site, the OP says approximately 35 stories. So however they decide to implement it here, it'll have to honor that direction in the OP.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other questions at this point? None? Okay, let's move on to Folks that want to speak to this application?
We will hear now the first in-person speaker for this item.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Get that turned on there. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee. My name is Colin Mulrennan. I live at 52 Ford Street. I did, you can see my petition up there. I did also provide a presentation that I'll just be running through. There we go. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit on that. And one thing I will note that I actually did add one more name to the petition since I sent it in last week. So we're currently at 24 signatures in opposition to the proposed expansion of this development. So yes, you're all familiar obviously with the minor variance process. Today I'm going to be focusing specifically on how this development proposal does not meet the 4 tests. I may speak a little bit to my own personal opinions on the development, but I'd really like to focus on this and these specific aspects. So if we can go to the first of these, if the request is minor in nature. And now we can see I've shown a representation of the previously approved 2022 plan as well as the new plan side by side. And you can see that there is a significant increase in the scale of this building, both in height, in terms of dimension. You can also see that there's an increase in the size of the podium, which I don't think was really captioned within the original request for the minor variance. You can scroll down a little bit there. And so I've sort of outlined how there's all of these changes that are occurring. We're seeing an increase of 24.5% in the building height, a 31% increase in terms of the floor, gross floor area of the building. We're seeing a 50% decrease in the number of bicycle parking spaces, as well as a number of variances to building setbacks, 8 in total, an average reduction in the setback of around 30%. So we're seeing basically, on average, a 30% increase in the size of this already very large building. You can scroll a little bit further on to the next one. So in my opinion, I don't think that this request is minor in nature, simply because of the significant overall increase in the size and scale of the building, increase in the number of residential units, and the decrease in available bicycle parking spaces. On to the next section, if this is desirable for the use of the land. Now, this is a map showing the protected major transit station area boundary, which was discussed a little bit by the applicant there, but we can scroll a little bit further down. So under the provincial policy statement, which outlines the requirements for major transit station areas, as well as the protected versions, all major transit station areas should be planned and designed to be transit supportive, achieve multimodal access, and continuing on, it notes that there is a requirement for obviously secure bicycle parking, which is being reduced by a significant percentage as per this minor variance. Also on the question of whether or not this is desirable for the use of the land, the City of Toronto's Committee of Adjustment Participation Handbook notes how the context of the neighborhood and the opinions of neighbors should be considered. One of the examples it gives, adding additional floor to a house may be desirable to a homeowner. It may not be desirable to the neighbors. I know we had some previous applications before the committee about increasing the size of buildings. But based upon these, we can see that this test is likely not met as well, as the reduction in bicycle parking is not consistent with the multimodal design goals of the PMTSA, as well as the additional height is not desirable to residents within the adjacent neighborhoods. Now on to the question of, is the intent of the zoning bylaw maintained? Now, it was already discussed that this did go before the Ontario Municipal Board, now the OLT, back in 2022, supporting the rezoning of the development site to commercial residential with some exemptions, and you can keep scrolling there. So we can see that this is partially met. While it still maintains the general context of the zoning requirement, there is a significant number of variances being sought, as I outlined before, going beyond what I would consider possibly to be the bounds of a minor variance, and it may run counter, some would consider, to what the original intent of the zoning bylaw as put forward by the Ontario Municipal Board was. So perhaps the committee should consider bouncing it back for a proper actual zoning bylaw amendment. And if we can keep scrolling on to the next section. Now, is the intent of the official plan maintained? Now, as per the City of Toronto's official plan, Chapter 2, regarding development in mixed-use areas, of which this is. However, we will note that this is a mixed-use area adjacent to the neighborhood residential area, which encompasses the properties on Ford Street. We see that it should be compatible with those neighborhoods, provide a gradual transition of scale and density, and maintain adequate light and privacy for residents in those neighborhoods on Ford Street. And as per the Kiel-St. Clair secondary plan requirements, we see that there is actually a specific provision regarding properties fronting Old Weston Road that should have a mid-rise built form with maximum heights generally between 5 and 8 stories, with good street proportions and a street wall that relates to the adjacent low-rise residential context. Once again, the low-rise residential context on Ford Street, as well as we could consider the low-rise residences on Old Weston Road, even though they're part of a mixed-use area, we should definitely be considering how this abutting property impacts those properties. You can keep scrolling there. And I would consider that this test has not been met, as it runs both counter to the spirit and intent of the official plan and secondary plan policies. It is a 36-story tower within 70 meters of a neighborhood designated area. And my final slide is right here. You can go. Just my final verdict stating that this development I do not believe meets one or more of the 4 tests, and the committee should not proceed with approving it on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent timing. Terrific presentation. Thank you.
I'm glad you liked it. Thank you.
Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Mr. Lombardi?
Of course.
Sure, thank you. I also echo your sentiment. A very impressive presentation, very comprehensive. I have a couple of questions. You raised two points that I want to address. The first is you talk about the fact that this should be a rezoning. And, you know, the question of whether it should go through, you know, committee of adjustment for variance or a rezoning is something that I think planners like myself and municipalities always debate. And the question is, which should it be? And in a simple way, I think if the application is changing policy, then that is a rezoning and that is for City Council to address. But if it's not, that is something that we have a mandate to address. And I think in this instance, I think we do have the ability to deal with this in a variance framework. Are you aware that in 2024, the City of Toronto did address the issue of whether questions about additional height and density on large-scale, multi-story buildings should be addressed either through variance or through rezoning?
I'm not aware of the specifics of that. I've reviewed the official plan. I understand that there were changes at some point to the 45-degree plane kind of rule that had maybe previously informed this sort of development. So yeah, maybe you could speak on that a little bit just for my own information purposes.
So in their final report, which was dated November 20th, 2024, they do talk about this issue of the question of, you know, if an applicant with a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, which is in this case the situation, comes forward with either additional height or density requests, as I said, for large-scale multi-story buildings, should there be criteria in place to guide staff as to whether that requires a rezoning or whether it can be addressed and considered by committee of adjustment? And what that report found by city staff, which was adopted by council, is that if the request is for additional density and for height, there is no need for criteria. In fact, no municipality in Ontario that the staff was aware of has produced a bylaw with additional requirements or criteria. And the only example they could provide is the city of Oakville, which had a draft but didn't go forward. So the result was, the conclusion was that in situations like this, which is the application we have before us, it can be considered by the committee of adjustment. So I'm trying to address your question about, you know, or your suggestion that it should go through rezoning.
Okay.
I believe that we're comfortable that we can deal with this application through the variance process. The second question you talk about is the question of minor. What's minor? And that's an interesting one as well, because the Planning Act does not include a definition for minor. I think you're aware of that. But there have been cases in divisional court, and again, I reference or cite the seminal decision of Vincent versus Gaspers, which is 2006, but it's still very relevant, which talks about what is considered minor. And the courts have determined that it's not the quantitative analysis. So it's not the delta between the performance standard in the zoning bylaw and what the variance request is proposing, nor is it the number of variances. It really comes down to, do the variances reach the threshold of undue or adverse impacts of a planning nature? And so I think that's what we as panel members have to consider. And so, I just wanted to point out that, while we know that there are 9 variances, and some of the variances are, you might define as significant in your presentation, I still think the rule of thought there, as directed by the courts, is whether those variances will result in impacts that rise to that level of adverse, undue impact of a planning nature. So I don't know if you have a comment on that.
No, I really appreciate you providing that context. I've dealt with, I am an urban planner by trade. I don't deal with committee of adjustment applications on a very typical basis, but occasionally I do. So I do appreciate that additional context. I think maybe more so in just sort of outlining those specific numbers. As you said, it's not necessarily quantitative, but I kind of wanted to highlight that this is already a very large tower development. I understand that this is within a transit station area, and there are some other very large developments in the area. I mean, if you look at the map, you can see that this one basically envelops a number of low-rise residences on Old Weston Road, as well as it is very close to the designated official plan neighborhood zoning on Ford Street. So when we're looking at that, I'm hoping people are considering that this development is already going to have significant shadow impacts. It's going to have obviously significant traffic impacts and other impacts associated with that, which should be addressed through the site plan process. But I'm just hoping that consideration can be given, because we're asking to have this already significant development that's going to put significant strain on the adjacent neighbors who I've spoken to about it, that it's just going to increase that impact. And I just want to ensure that those impacts are addressed, whether through committee or through the rezoning process, as I would suggest it.
Yeah, and you made that point and that strong argument, and I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Crawford.
Yeah, just wondering in terms of impact, if there are specific variances that you're concerned about impact. Not the overall project, but specific variances today. Like, for example, you mentioned the bicycle parking spaces. Could you talk about how that impacts?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, I just think, personally, I think it's runs a little counter to this notion that we're trying to create what is a transit-oriented community around this new GO up station that's being located at Keele and St. Clair, and requesting this reduction in bicycle parking. A lot of the neighbors that I've spoken to have a lot of concerns regarding traffic in the area, and I know that this is supposed to, I understand through the original OMB zoning decision, is that there's supposed to be traffic studies and that this development is going to be staged to follow the eventual construction of the GO station. But we have to wonder, you've got 400 something units coming in. There's a significant amount of traffic already on Old Weston. I mean, it's jammed all the time. When I was doing postering, there were 2 people getting into shouting matches on 2 separate occasions because of the traffic and people running into each other. There's a significant bottleneck where the St. Clair passes underneath what's going to be the future extension to Davenport. So I'm just trying to highlight these concerns that people have, and that making this even larger, especially when we consider, I know the applicant mentioned that there's the surrounding context. Well, I think we should really consider that there is a 50-story tower that's going in on St. Clair, as well as the other 40-story towers and all of this. It's going to be a significant amount of development in the area, and we just want to ensure that these sorts of issues are addressed, as well as of course, the shadow impacts associated with a taller building. You make a building any taller, it's always going to have a bigger shadow impact. So that was just something else that was brought up by a lot of the neighbors. They were just concerned with the scale of the buildings coming in adjacent to their homes.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, the next in-person speaker can come to the podium. Yeah.
Please come forward. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon now, and I think it's good afternoon. If you could get your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cesar Palacio, and I'm the owner of 180 Osler Street, M6N2Z1. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my home is located within the boundaries of the St. Clair and Old Weston PMTSA. That's a major transit station. I own this property for 53 years. My siblings and my kids grew up there, went to the local schools. In other words, this property and this community is close to my heart. I'm here, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, not only as a homeowner, but as a former Toronto City Councillor representing this community for 17 years. And I'm here to speak to you and express my strongest support for the manual variances applications related to 290 Old Weston Road. As a former Toronto City Councillor for Davenport, I would like to provide you with a bit of background in terms of my work and the planning vision and how we are actually here today. As a city councillor, I did work very hard to bring planning initiatives that were approved by Toronto City Council and funded as well to make those changes that the community needed so much. For example, the St. Clair Transportation Master Plan, known as the TMP. And I would like to talk to it in reference to the previous speaker that he made an issue out of it, and hopefully have a question as we move forward on that. I would I champion other planning initiatives that were approved by City Council, for example, the St. Clair Avenue study, and the creation of the St. Clair Smart Truck Station that was approved by Council and funded by the 3 levels of government. With regards to the OPA that Mr. Frederick was mentioning as well, as a private citizen, I work very hard, and literally I put my heart and soul. And by working with all the landowners in the area, the local community, with the local city councilors, and with city staff, in terms of working and bringing forward a planning framework for the area. A planning framework in terms of guiding principles that will allow all of us to create a complete community where people can live, work, and play. And I'm so glad that I was able to galvanize that level of support and support city staff when the OPA 537 and the Killing St. Clair and secondary plan was approved. So it was a collective approach that brought us to where we are in terms of being something that's extremely important for that local community. In terms of informing the community with regards to the planning process, I did canvass this community, the whole community within 800 meters, door to door, and I spent months doing that, Mr. Chairman and members of Council. This is too important for me. As I mentioned before, is the place where I live. It's the place of my dreams there. While, as it relates to 90 Old Weston Road, to the application, we had 2 public meetings. I held 2 public meetings in the parking lot of that location with the community to inform them, to talk about what was in the works there. I went door to door to Forest Street, to Old Weston Road, to Davenport, to Connolly, to the whole area. We had literally hundreds of people attending those meetings. Apart from that, we had meetings with city planning. Now, with regards to 290 Old Weston Road, I can envision the moment that this development goes up. It's going to be the catalyst for transformation and urban renewal for the whole area. This is going to be a dream coming true for everyone in the community. The property is less than 300 meters from the PMTSA. The proposed height and density are consistent with the emergent build form along St. Clair Avenue West and reflect the direction of the Gill and St. Clair secondary plan. Mr. Chairman, with regards to the minor variances, Mr. Frederick spoke about it. I urge your respected committee to approve these variants are minor, and this will change this community forever. And one last thing that I wanted to mention is the LUSO, that's the community benefit units, extremely important for the community. That's going to, I wish, this is a city priority, Mr. Chairman, members of council, for the city to create affordable housing. And no one is touching base on that. And this is an opportunity for us to do more of this. I appeal to your good judgment and sense of compassion, because this is what LUSO also needs for the residents.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Palacio.
I'll be more than glad to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions at this point? None? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Palacio.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Let's move on to the next person. Do we have somebody else in the audience as well?
Yes. Anyone else here in the audience wishes to speak on this application? See none?
We have one online speaker. Hello, Grant. You've been muted.
I've been unmuted, I hope.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, you may hear me?
We perfectly, thank you. Could we get your name and address, please?
Certainly. Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Heather Grand. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the LUSO Charities Group, and I'm here to speak about the project and the implications for our people. So if I may, I'll proceed. So just a little bit of background about us. LUSO is a registered charity, and we provide services for individuals and families with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And we've been doing this in the community for more than 25 years. And we have property in Hamilton, in Mississauga, and importantly, we have a Toronto site just down the road at 2295 St. Clair Avenue West. Throughout the year, we support 300 plus families that are in desperate need of services. And our participants are those that are higher needs. They often are in wheelchairs and may not be verbal. They may need support with hygiene, personal care, feeding, etc. So for these individuals, having a place to come, a place to live, a place to socialize, and also to integrate into the community is more than important. It's actually a necessity. And community integration for us means building awareness among the general community of the needs and the challenges that these families do face, and they face ongoing from the day their child is born to the day that they die. And caregiving for these families is a 24/7 responsibility. So we provide both day programs, and now we're moving into supportive housing programs. And why are we doing this? We're doing this because we've been told by the caregivers that as they age, and some of our parents are now in their 60s, 70s, even 80s, they no longer have the physical or mental stamina to continue to do this. So supportive housing, purpose-built housing for these individuals is what we need, and it's what we're talking about in this project of I-Squared Developments. We became involved with this back in 2022 when we were introduced to the developers through Anna Bilal, a former city councillor, and also a strong supporter of LUSO. And her mandate has always been to find housing for those that have higher needs, that are more vulnerable. This is what we're talking about. The property here will allow us to add 16 additional spaces. And when we say additional spaces. This is critical because in Ontario alone, there are more than 28,000 Ontarians with disabilities that are on wait lists waiting for housing. And what happens to these people if they don't get the appropriate housing is they go into seniors' homes, they go into hospitals, and that's just clogging up other two channels of the system. So we strongly support this. We think this is what the community needs, it's what our families need, and it's the right thing because communities that help one another are stronger communities. And thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Bear with me a second. Do we have any questions for Ms. Grant? None? Thank you very much. We don't have any questions at this point, so we'll just move on to the next person in, next speaker.
We have no more registered
No more?
speakers.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fodrick, you there? Mr. Fodrick?
Yes, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
So you've heard all the comments, I hope?
I'll respond briefly to the comment in particular from
Thank you.
that I heard. First of all, the question of could we do a rezoning or not? I think it bears asking, you know, what would be achieved by doing a rezoning versus a minor variance? Think about all the reports one has to file, additional reports to file a complete application. What are those reports? You know, the wind study and the various, you know, geotech and hydro-G studies and FSR and all those voluminous reports which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and probably would take a year to go through the process if we're lucky. What would be achieved by that? Really nothing, quite frankly. I mean, the staff who are tasked with reviewing such rezoning applications say it's not necessary. The staff have written saying that they support this as a minor variance. They're the ones who would be tasked with reviewing that and making a recommendation. So I think we should heed their opinion that if rezoning is not necessary, the ones who would actually be reviewing it, and I think it would be disproportionate. And it's also very worthwhile noting, and I don't want to get into the legal technicalities, but I think some members will appreciate this, Mr. Lombardi in particular. You know, Section 37 in the existing deal we have with LUSO, I can't reopen that. I can't make new Section 37 deals. CBC is what applies now, and I can't change that. That's provincial legislation in the Planning Act. And so we have a grandfather deal. So if we want to expand it, as is proposed, we can use a Section 45(9) condition. But if I have to go back to a rezoning, it undoes. There's no, you can't do that deal again on a new rezoning. So we'd be into a CBC regime for the whole building. I don't know what that would look like. I don't want to think about that. We have a great deal already with LUSO that we see they're benefiting from. And undoing that is of no interest to us. And we want to double down on it, in fact. And so there is no way to protect the Section 37 agreement that we already have by doing a rezoning. So I do not encourage the committee to push us in that direction. Furthermore, I'll just say on the rezoning, as Paul and others seem to advocate that, I mean, I don't intend to go that way. I would hope this never ends up going by way of a rezoning, but be careful what you wish for, so to speak. I mean, all the neighbors on all three sides are in the 40-plus story range, 45, 44, 45, and 50 stories. If someone goes through a rezoning, it's unreasonable to think that 36 stories is where it would end up. We're not proposing that. We're trying to do this by way of minor variance, as I said, and we're hopeful for your support on it. In terms of impacts, and Mr. Lombardi was quite right to characterize the legal test on impacts. I haven't heard what those impacts are. My friend refers to transportation. Well, transportation staff don't agree. The community member doesn't seem to be aware of the transportation master plan, which again, if we had more time, we could really unpack, but there's a new whole series of Keel Street extension, Davenport Road extension, Guns Road extension under construction by the city, including about 40% of the subject site, which is, we hope, and city staff hope, will provide great relief to the transportation network in the area, specifically on the bike parking. My friend couldn't be more wrong about that. The bike parking, by paying cash in lieu, the reduction contemplated, is something that can be done as of right today. That's a change to the bylaw we've made. And as I said, it's not even a variance at all, quite frankly, but staff are obviously comfortable supporting it because it's something that can be done as of right today. But instead, they decided to go, they've suggested to do it by way of Andrew Osler, the zoning examiner, specifically said, you got to do it by way of a condition and asking for the variance. I'm not sure that's right, but we're happy to do it that way. So, but it could be done as of right. So that's not a novel thing. That's not something we're proposing. It's certainly not in any way inconsistent with the secondary plan. I think also this context about adjacent neighborhoods, again, the community may not be fully aware of just the approvals that I've mentioned, but also the fact that that secondary plan also redesignates all of Old Weston Road mixed-use areas. And we know what's happening in mixed-use areas around the city. So the houses directly behind Ford Street, which are single-family, low-rise houses today, are going to be 6 and 8 story buildings in the future. I mean, presuming someone comes around and develops them, that's the planned context now. They're not the single family houses they appear to be. They've already been designated by the city as avenues and as that higher built form. So I don't agree, and there's no 45-degree angular plane here. There never was. There is now. It wasn't removed. There never was. So I don't agree with that at all. We just haven't heard what those impacts are. I haven't heard them. I don't think there are. I'll just say on the shadow point that he alluded to, I don't agree. I mean, I wish we had the chance to put our shadow study up on the plans, but I think everyone here has seen enough of them to intuitively believe what I'm about to say. And that when we have much taller buildings north of us, much taller buildings south of us, much taller buildings west of us, all the immediate properties in that regard, our shadow is not the thing that will be shadowing the neighborhood. It is swallowed up by those existing approvals. There is
Mr. Foderick, I wonder if you could wrap up your responses. You're running out of time.
And there are no variances for parking, as my friend alluded to. And as I said, in fact, for these areas within close to PMTSA, there's no required parking. So we're exceeding what's required as of right. There's no variances for that. So subject to your question, those are my comments, and grateful if you would consider supporting this application.
Thank you, Mr. Foderick. Any questions for Mr. Foderick at this point? None? Okay. We don't have any questions for you, so we'll take it into committee and deliberate. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I want to thank all those who came today and provided a deputation. That's much appreciated. I'm going to be in support of this application, and let me tell you why. Let me set the planning context first in an abbreviated way. The property is located, as I mentioned previously, within a PMTSA, which has policies that encourage intensification specifically for these types of developments in built form. The other aspect is that the property is designated mixed-use areas in the official plan and is within the Keele St. Clair Avenue, or St. Clair secondary plan area, which permits tall apartment buildings up to 25 stories, which is reflective of this proposal. Now, the proposal before us requests variances to permit what I consider minor modifications to the existing site-specific zoning requirement for things like height, GFA, number of dwelling units, and some select built form adjustments in order to facilitate what I'll characterize as a moderate expansion for much needed additional housing on site and for the area. I think it's a very appropriate location for this type of development and proposal. And I will speak to the issue of impact. Now, in the cover letter from McCarthy Tetro, under item number 4, application is minor in nature, which is the title, the author says that the cumulative effect of the requested variances is also minor, as the application has no impact on the surrounding area. Well, I'll disagree. I don't think it has no impact, and I know that's a double negative. I think it does have impact, but do those impacts from the variances being requested rise to the imputed level of adverse and undue impact? I've made this statement before, and I'll make it again in this forum, and I'll say, in a growing and changing city like the City of Toronto, especially in a dense neighborhood planned for intensification, like the area that we're looking at today and discussing, new development will change things like views. It'll adapt transitions to the public realm, and it'll change the context for existing buildings. But in the context of this neighborhood, I do find that the changes would result. First of all, I expect the result to be expected, number one, but I also think that they do not arise to the level of undue adverse impacts of a planning nature, even though I do think there will be impacts. So having said that, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to move a motion supporting this application and granting the variances, but if my colleagues would like to also make statements, I'll hold that motion until I hear from them.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other comments and thoughts? None? Mr. Gold?
I was going to make largely similar comments. I do think on the impact of all of the studies, one of the easiest ones to produce is a sun shadow study, and I think that would have been helpful here, partly because I am actually quite convinced that the incremental shadow from those 5 stories probably wouldn't have such a great impact on the neighborhood in the proposed context. But this is the southernmost of those proposed towers, so I think it would have some, and it would just be helpful to show that and be able to discuss it. But I'm convinced that, again, with the planned future context of this neighborhood, I even think that incremental shadow, as I look at it, would really only affect to the east, and at many times might be cut off by some of the density that's planned along St. Clair. So I also just, the additional comment I would add is just how commendable this affordable housing donation is to the Luso charity. It sounds like they're going to put it to really great use. It sounds like it's being transferred to them in a format that they can sort of dictate how those floors are going to be used, which I think is really helpful to a charity. And I was asking those questions about the term of it because not all affordable housing is created equal, but literally granting that the ownership of that space to a charitable organization is about as good as it gets. So I think that we already talked about the impacts and how that affects the fact that this is minor, despite the fact that it's 5 stories, but the charitable grant also makes it highly desirable to that aspect of the 4 tests.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Ms. Crawford, any thoughts? Or?
Yeah, so I really appreciate the concerns expressed, the people who came, especially people who came and made the presentation, their concerns expressed. There's going to be obviously major change in their neighborhood. So, you know, I was troubled a bit by the statement by the applicant that there's no impact, and a little bit by the lack of investigation into some of the impacts of things like light, shadow study, and the removal of bicycle spaces and this type of thing. It seems that greater voices have spoken in terms of planning, and there is significant public benefit here in terms of the agreements that have been reached, both with transportation and with planning. So I think that's where I end up supportive of the application.
Thank you. Ms. Reid, any thoughts or none? No. I'll add my 2 cents worth at the end. I'll take the contrary position. The reason I take a contrary position is that over the course of the past few years, periodically we would have a developer with condominium complex pre-approved discussions having taken place with the community, the city, etc. They've agreed upon a particular quantitative size for structures. And then sometime later, we have an application at Committee of Adjustment for an increase in height. And of course, meaning in height adds to the number of units that are being proposed, etc. And the impact increases quantitatively as well as qualitatively. And I've, with other colleagues in the panel, we've often had this discussion about, is this the right forum for this kind of increase in height of a structure? And I still am not convinced that this is the right forum. The idea of 7 additional stories, to me, is not minor. So when we go back to the 4 tests, I ask the question, is it minor? And to Mr. Lombardi's explanation about what is minor, it's not merely quantitative, it's also qualitative. And so I'm not convinced that, and despite the fact that there's affordable housing component added to this, commendable. That could have been done within the 29 stories. I don't know if that's a red herring or a little, a gift thrown out and say, okay, so if you give us the extra stories, we'll put in this affordable housing component. So I'm not convinced that this is the right forum for this application. And for the reasons I just mentioned, I cannot support it. So having said that, and having heard all our colleagues, I will take it back and look for a motion and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you've made a very interesting point, and I have to be transparent when I reference the seminal divisional court case of Vincent versus de Gaspers. Not only did that court case and the member who issued the decision talk about what is minor, and the test is not just qualitative, but they also found that a minor variance could be not small enough to be considered minor, or great enough to be considered not minor, if you want to switch it around. So you make a very valid point. In this instance, I will stand my ground, and I will say that I think this is an appropriate application for this location, considering the existing and planned context. I think the 9 variances satisfy individually and cumulatively the 4 tests in the statutory tests in the Planning Act. And therefore, I would like to move a motion approving the application and granting the 9 variances, subject to a number of conditions. And those conditions include a condition from Metrolinx, which we've, some instances, debated, but I'll include it. Transportation services, condition 1 and 2, and the community planning condition related to section 45, subsection 9 of the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. And those, I believe those are the 3 conditions. Do we have a second, Mr. Ghosh? Thank you.
And I'll add, no, I am seconding, but I'll add Mr. Lombardi's comment that he's made on past occasions, that the term minor variance is in itself almost a misnomer. It really is a variance. It is. And I think that's maybe part of the difference in views is how we look at our role on the committee. And minor is just one of the 4 tests, and it's a test with a legal definition. And to me, the 7 stories here fit that definition, although I do understand your position as well, Mr. Chair, and where views vary. But with that said, I am pleased to second it.
And if I can, Mr. Chair, just add to that comment, I'm pursuing a losing battle to try to have the planning profession change that terminology in the Planning Act, which will never happen. But I agree. Saying a minor variance when minor is one of the tests and it hasn't been established yet is such a misnomer. But anyway, having said that, I've said it before.
Keep trying. Ms. Crawford.
And just to put on the record, Chair, I think you actually persuaded me. And I am troubled in this respect about the variances by the kind of lack of information that we did get around why this is not impactful. Like the lack of a shadow study, the lack of understanding about why taking all these bicycle parking away is not a negative impact. And that does go to the issue, should it be a zoning amendment or a minor variance application.
But planning staff and transportation staff prefer it in this direction and approve it. But
thank you, Ms. Crawford. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor moved by Mr. Lombardi, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All those in favor? Thank you. All those against? And 2. The motion is carried. Mr. Foderick, you have your approval. Thank you. Okay, and then we move on to item number 6. Item number 6 is...
We're only at 6. I thought you were
Don't worry, I think the train's going to move a little faster now. Item number 6 is 47 Simpson Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to alter the rear existing one-story ancillary building and detached garage by constructing a complete second-story addition containing one garden suite with a side north balcony. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the main dwelling and 1 unit within the ancillary building. Committee had before it a copy of survey site plan floor plans and elevations, revised site plan floor plans elevations, red line public notice from the agent, 3 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from the agent. We also have staff report from Urban Forestry, and we have 2 items of correspondence in opposition, 1 no address provided, and 1 is 45 Simpson Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and all registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Benkowski.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee.
If we could just get name and address for the record, please.
Yep. Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition here. Is there anybody online in opposition? No? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe the agent wants to go through the revisions that they're making?
Absolutely. Yeah, I forgot. It's a red line notice. Thank you. Mr. Benkowski, if you can just walk us through the changes that you're proposing.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair. So I reviewed the letter of opposition from the adjacent neighbor on Simpson, and really their only issue was the balcony that was located on the 2nd floor. Through conversations with them. Additionally, I did speak to planning, and planning was just recommending some privacy screening. But after speaking with that neighbor, they felt very strongly that they did not want that there. So we've decided to remove both variances number 4 as well as number 5. Those are the 2 variances that dealt with the platform off of the 2nd floor.
Perfect. Thank you so very much for that. That certainly makes the task easier.
So it's essentially, Mr. Chair, just a top up on top of the existing garage that's there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues require a presentation or have questions. No? Just one question from Mr. Lombardi for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benskowski. Question for you. It's my understanding that the emergency access that's required to a garden suite is required to be 1.89 square meters. Is that provided in your site plan?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so the access that has to be provided, if it is sprinklered, is 0.9 meters. If it is unsprinklered, it is 1 meter wide. So if we go to the site plan, we would see on the site plan the distance to the fire truck has to travel, as well as where the closest fire hydrant is. So we could just bring up the revised site plan, I guess that would show the lack of the 2nd floor balcony. Yes, I think that still shows the balcony, but that doesn't matter for the purposes of your question, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so if we see there, we can see the dotted line, which is the fire access that's required for the garden suites.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions at this point? None?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and this is a question to the agent to confirm. If you're deleting variance number 4 and 5, are you also amending the purpose of application to remove the balcony from that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Sabrina, I actually did send that in to Monique also to remove that. Yeah, you are correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Well caught. Okay, we'll take it into committee. All right, who wants to run with this? Ms. Crawford, please go ahead.
Yes, I would move an application to approve this application as consistent with the 4 tests, and really commend the applicant for talking to the neighbor and removing the variances which were offensive to the neighbor.
Thank you very much. And I believe this
it's
forestry 2 condition as well.
Yeah, as amended and with urban forestry condition number 2.
And Mr. Lombardi is seconding. Thank you very much. Okay. All those in favor of the amended application? Mr. Benkowski, you've got unanimous approval. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 7. Item number 7 is 278 Wychwood Avenue. 278 Wychwood Avenue, purpose of the application is to alter existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a front ground floor addition, a front porch enclosure with a new front porch with stairs, a rear ground floor addition, a rear second-story addition, cantilevered at the north side, and a rear ground floor deck with stairs. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, and a covering letter from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and all registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Nanavati. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well.
Perfectly, thank you.
Thank
just
you.
for the
My
record,
address is,
name and address.
my address is 1304 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you very much. We only have 3 variances that are being requested, and from my perspective, they all look fairly minor. But let me just see if my colleagues have questions for you or require a presentation. If not, we'll take it into committee. Any questions? None? Okay. Mr. Nanavati, we'll just take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Reid?
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application, and it's really in line with the redevelopment that's happening in the neighborhood. Its immediate neighbor is a new rebuild that is quite similar in scale. This one actually has less of an impact on the street in terms of it focuses its massing towards the rear, and it's a sizable addition, but the variances required for it are small, and the impact of them are extremely minor. So I'm happy to move approval without condition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. A seconder, Ms. Crawford, thank you kindly. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Nanavati, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. And see you later. Okay, item number 8. Item number 8 is 317 High Park Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to construct a new 4-story apartment building, including a basement level with a rear 4th-story balcony, also to construct a rear 1-story detached ancillary building for the purpose of waste storage, and 13 long-term bicycle parking spaces, 7 non-stack spaces and 6 stack spaces. There will be a total of 13 residential dwelling units on this lot. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, decision numbers affecting the subject property, planning rationale prepared by the agent, and a tree plan. We also have commenting agency reports from Transportation Engineering, Metrolinx, and Urban Forestry. We also have correspondence in opposition from 315, 314, 245 High Park Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent will identify some revision to their proposal. It is in the very late materials, but the members would not have had enough time to review this. So it's a red line public notice along with revised plans, a revised zoning waiver, a revised cover letter, and then a petition in support. So you'll hear from the agent about these materials. Okay.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent in person and 4 registered speakers.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Raymond Jemba from SGL Planning and Design, located at 1547 Bloor Street. And as already mentioned, we have a marked up notice I'd just like to eliminate one variance. Specifically, it was number 1 on the public notice, and that's related to bicycles, the passage of bicycles over soft landscaping. So this was something the members' opposition had also flagged, and we did think we could meet this. And upon further reflection, I double-checked all the landscaping requirements. We looked it over. We would like to remove this, and I do think it is something worth maintaining, especially with the access to the rear.
Thank you. We do have some folks in opposition, so we'll require a little presentation at this point.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question just on that point that was raised?
Certainly.
So I was a member of the previous panel, and or one of the 2 previous panels, and I do recall talking about at length whether bikes could go over soft landscaping or not. And I was surprised to see this, that you had the permeable pavers all the way through the backyard, but not to actually connect to the path. So to understand, you haven't submitted new plans, but what you're now proposing is just to continue those permeable pavers so they do connect to the front path, and that will not trigger a front yard variance? Is that what you've just determined?
So 2 parts. We did actually submit revised plans
okay.
that do connect it.
Okay.
And I did double check, and I spoke with zoning about meeting the front yard landscaping requirements. We have over 70% front yard landscaping, so we're well in
so that is what you've done, is you've
Yeah.
connected those permeable pavers to the non-permeable pavers that are the front walkway. And you've done that in a way that does not create a new variance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that revised plan is on the screen now.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we can continue with your presentation.
Yes.
Mr. Siamba?
Can you please bring up the planning justification letter that is prepared and turn to page 1? So the subject property is located southeast of High Park Avenue and Dundas Street, as shown on photos 2. Oh, sorry, planning justification report, not the. So as. There, so let's flip to page 6 and 7. So as shown on photos 2, 3, and 4, and 5, the immediate adjacent land uses are a vacant parcel approved for a new 3-story, 14-unit apartment building to the north, a no-frills to the east, with as-of-right permissions for an apartment building, a 3.5-story semi-detached to the south, and 2 2.5-story semis to the west. High Park Avenue, as many people know and are familiar with, contains a range of housing forms from single detached dwellings to walk-up apartments north of Glen Lake, as shown in photos 8 and 9 on page 8. In addition, as shown on figure 3 on flipping to page 11, the subject site and the parcels to the north function as a transition area to the denser mixed uses along Dundas Street, with large frontages and deeper depths, reinforcing the appropriateness of these lots for denser uses. The proposal today is for a new 4-story purpose-built rental apartment building with 13 residential units, with an accessory building in the rear for bicycle parking and waste storage. As noted in my letter, there's a strong need and demand for additional purpose-built rental in the City of Toronto to address both affordability and the missing middle. So, the application was heard, as noted, at 2 previous C of A hearings with a different agent. I've reviewed the previous applications, the hearings, and comments, and in collaboration with the applicant and architect, we made the following changes. We've reduced the density from 16 units to 13 units, as well as a reduction in the FSI from 1.26 to 1.2. This is actually in line with the neighbor's approval to the north at 319 High Park Avenue, which is an FSI of 1.18. There are also numerous examples shown on figure 5, that is figure 5 of my report, further down, of recent approvals of FSIs greater than 1.0. In terms of accessibility, all interior layouts were revised to accommodate accessibility in terms of wheelchair movements on each floor in accordance with the OBC, and 2 accessible units are proposed at grade with an elevator. Permeable pavers are also proposed along the north side that provide access to the rear for bicycle and waste bins year-round while maintaining the intent of soft landscaping. With respect to privacy and overlook, we've also increased the south side yard setback to 1.52 meters, whereas the bylaw requires 0.9. No units are proposed along the south, rather hallways, with transom windows to mitigate privacy. As noted, waste has been a concern previously, and the accessory building is designed to accommodate waste bins for each unit with the proposed variance related to coverage. The intent of the coverage regulation is to ensure there is sufficient rear yard landscaping. The accessory building meets all regulations outside of coverage with respect to setbacks, heights, and landscaping. In fact, the rear yard landscaping is 75% soft landscaping, reinforcing that this as a result of the larger depth of the site. In addition, the tenure has also been changed to be purpose-built rental. The application also seeks relief related to height and building depth. For depth, as mentioned, the subject site and the adjacent parcels to the north are deeper lots, approximately 55 meters, whereas the adjacent lots to the south are 45 meters. This provides an opportunity for, a great building with a greater depth, but to soften that, we've also shown in figure 8 on the site plan, there's notch outs at the front and rear. In addition, we also exceed all setbacks regarding front, side, rear. If you can also bring up figure 4 on page 12, it is also worth noting that many of these historical dwellings have, they've had renovations and additions in numerous cases of building depths in excess of 17 meters. With respect to height, the proposal is for 13 meters, whereas the bylaw permits 11. So if you can bring up figure 6 on page 15, as noted in my planning letter, Bill 60 sets out a framework for permitting an as-of-right variation of 10% to heights and setbacks. The setback regulation has been implemented, and the height is anticipated to come forward, indicating a 12.1 meter height would be permitted in the future. The building roof is exactly 12.09 meters, and the remaining height is for the pitched roof, which softens the impact. Wrap up very quickly. We've also met with the area planner, and we had no objections. We've also have a letter of support from transportation regarding the parking variance. Overall, the proposal meets the intent of the OP by permitting a built form that is permitted while increasing the supply of housing and purpose-built rental housing. Maintains the intent of the zoning bylaw by proposing a compatible built form and design that is consistent with the neighborhood, facilitates a desirable outcome, and minor impacts are mitigated through the generous setbacks. I also want to flag we had the 7 letters of support, and I will address the letters of opposition in my rebuttal.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Lombardi's got a question.
Yeah, very quickly, and maybe, I'm not correct here, but when you're talking about height, so you're proposing a 4-story building. My understanding is, you're zoned R, residential, and my understanding is OPA 727 permits a 13-meter height. Is that correct?
So I think it hasn't been implemented into the zoning bylaw yet.
Right.
And that's the key nuance here, is we're going for that variance.
Right, but obviously the intent.
And the intent is there for greater height.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? None? Okay. Let's move on to the folks in opposition. Is anybody in the audience here for this particular item speaking in opposition?
No, they are online speakers.
All online. Thank you. Okay.
Lorinda, you've been muted.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address, please?
My name is Lorinda Mazza. I live at 245 High Park Avenue.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Dear committee members, I just want to start by saying that as a committee of adjustment, your comments and decisions matter a great deal. Having gone through this process a couple of times, I've watched what you say and what you do, and when you make statements, they have huge impact on what goes forward with projects. So the obvious problem with this project is its mass. It's too much for this residential lot. 4 stories and 13 apartments in the middle of a residential block is alarming. It's twice the allowable lot coverage. It's not minor. It's astoundingly clear with the combined variances, it doesn't fit. And to it's the prevailing physical character of the properties in the neighborhood. You can look at the last time I came to speak to you, I talked a lot about numbers. Nobody cares about numbers. They do care about the prevailing physical character. As urban dwellers on this street, we're happily in support of the infill happening. The auto body shop across the street that was turned into an appropriate apartment building, the church to condo conversions that have happened. And we do have multi-unit residences on our street, many of them. Most are 2 or 2.5 stories. None of them are 4 stories. And almost all of them have adequate parking for cars and or bicycles. They also have family-sized units. I'd like to emphasize that most of the studio units in this application are smaller than its mechanical room. 317 square feet to live in is smaller than the average hotel room in Toronto. Also, the last application was criticized because it purported to be wheelchair accessible, but barely met the requirements. This application also ignores some obvious impediments. Yes, the units were moved from the basement to the main floor, but it still pays lip service to accessibility. For example, the door to the den won't fit a wheelchair. Should a wheelchair-bound tenant want to use the only balcony in the building, they barely squeeze through the door. And as noted with the last application, taking out the garbage still requires an elevator descent to the front door, a long navigation across permeable pavers down the side of the building versus the quick exit out the back for the able-bodied residents. How accessible is this during the ice and snow months? We had this conversation last time. Hyde Park Avenue is 4 blocks long. It runs from Bloor Street to Dundas Street. It is not a major street. Yes, the first block closest to Bloor Street has apartment buildings, but the other 3 blocks contain majestic homes on deep lots, along with comparably sized multi-unit buildings. I've shown a few of the pictures. It doesn't really capture the street is like the Palmerston of the East End. And to start inserting 4-story apartment buildings like this that are chock-a-block, lot line to lot line, and I say that sparingly, we do have the 1.5 meters or the 90 centimeters that they've allotted us. But shoehorning massively dense projects like this into these 3 blocks completely ignores the intention of the bylaw. It doesn't, and I quote, stay consistent with the prevailing physical character of the properties in the neighborhood. Yes, you can point out the auto body shop conversions and the church conversions, but this is a house that's being demolished and torn down. It was Sam initially wanted to build a new house for his family, and now he wants to put in all these studio apartments in this 4-story building. I recognize that 4-story buildings are allowed, but earlier on you were talking about height. So there's the height at the pinnacle of the roof, but main wall height requirements, as you have in your first page of your plan, are 8.5 meters.
Ms. Mazza,
The
I
main
wonder
walls
if you could
at the
wrap
side
up.
of the side
You're
of
running
this
out of time.
are 12.09 meters, 42% higher than allowed. I'm pleading with this committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mazza. Any questions for the speaker? None? Okay, let's move on to the next person.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address, please?
Yes, my name's Ann Pick. My husband and family and I reside at 314 Hyde Park Avenue, where we've lived since 1994.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your case, please.
We strongly object to this proposed development. Twice the variances have been judged by the COA and rejected because they were deemed to be major and not minor, that it's not a desirable or appropriate development use of the land in this neighbourhood, and it is not true to the wants and needs of the official city plans. Nothing in this latest proposal has significantly changed to warrant approval. FSI is a mere 0.06 less, but still twice what is permitted. This proposal has not materially changed the footprint or variances of the buildings, on the lot, just the number of units. There are still 7 of 13 tiny apartment studios. Adding a few square feet and calling them one bedrooms is really a smokescreen. This proposal is not the missing middle envisioned by the city. Our street, no matter what the developer or his agent says, is not a commercial street or major thoroughfare. It is and always has been a residential boulevard, no matter how they try and twist the definitions to suit them. Developers should not be able to rewrite existing descriptions and the understanding of what really is a commercial street. We are not against smart development. The housing in this neighborhood is mixed. Everything from modest semis to large and small detached family homes, duplexes, 3 and 4plexes. We have no objections to similar new housing that accommodate families. And we have no objections to the many apartment and condo buildings springing up on surrounding commercial streets like Dundas, Keele and Bloor. That's where apartment buildings belong. As per Councillor Gord Perks' spring newsletter, in the few blocks between Indian Road, Crescent and Runnymede and north of Bloor, there are 16 developments underway or approved totaling 30 buildings, from 3 stories to 41 stories, which means thousands more people moving into the neighbourhood. 4 more have been approved since then for another 49 units. High Park Avenue sits in the middle. There are even more going up immediately around this small sample in this ward. So given the amount of development all around us, there is no reasonable argument to support tearing down a house on a residential street to put up another apartment building. Their argument each time is that the variances have been broken in the past, so why not break them again? It's the same feeble defense comparing apple and oranges. Laurie mentioned the churches that were converted. They're on large corner lots on Annette, at Annette and High Park and Annette and Medland, and the auto body shop. Yes, there are lots of houses on the west side that have added extensions. We have one. But these are large 200-foot lots and need plenty of backyards, green space. Nothing new in their arguments this time. It's just the same tired old examples. There remains the very real issue of garbage bins. The plan shows the ancillary building has space for 14 garbage bins, but no recycling or food bins. That would require 39 bins to be stored for 13 units. Do we not want these residents to recycle? On Friday, 2 bins go out per household. That makes 26 bins on the sidewalk in front of 317, in addition to the 28 bins that 319, when built, would have out. That's 54 bins. Good luck walking along the sidewalk, especially on snowy winter days. These are public safety and potentially legal issues because the clogged sidewalk will force pedestrians, including seniors, kids, mums and strollers, onto the streets. Proper apartment buildings like those planned on Dundas, Keele and Bloor have commercial garbage pickup for a reason. And a bit of a backgrounder. As Laurie mentioned, Sam DeCara, the owner of 317, cited and worked with us at a COA hearing objecting to the proposed 14-unit apartment development next door to him. His plan was to build a 3-story home for himself. He was very upset when the development was approved. He told neighbours he didn't want to live next to an apartment building and what a terrible outcome it was for all of us living by. Not even a year later, April 25, we were shocked to learn he now wanted to build an even larger apartment building than 319 on his smaller lot. Interesting change of heart when it was him potentially living next door. His proposal hides behind a housing crisis, but is simply a cash grab to offset an investment gone awry. Approval would mean open season on century-old homes. In conclusion, the decisions that the COA makes reflect the kind of society we want to create for ourselves and our children. Things always change for better or for worse, and it's up to all of us to make sure that...
Ms. Speaker, I wonder if you could wrap up, please. You've used up your time.
Yes. So, one step to keeping the changes to the better is to keep large developments like this off residential streets. Therefore, we recommend rejecting this application once and for all.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none. Thank you kindly. And we'll move on. Do we have another person in opposition as well. One more.
Hi, Brian. You've been muted.
Yes?
Hi, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address, please?
It's Brian Anderson, 315 High Park Avenue.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your case, sir.
Okay. Let me begin now. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please excuse me. It's just having a technical problem here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Sorry about this delay. Okay, we have lived on this street on the south side of 317 for many years and have seen many changes in the junction area. One change we do not want to see are apartment buildings in the middle of this beautiful residential street. We are the neighbors who will incur the most disruption from this apartment structure. We will be looking at a concrete wall, 1.5 stories higher and 23 feet deeper than our house. North sky will be gone. Trees, bushes, grass will be gone. Neighbors will be gone. This is the third time this proposal has come to the COA for variance approval. Last time, 317's minor variances application was refused. Reasons: official plans, zoning bylaws, appropriate development of land were not maintained, and the committee found the variances to be not minor. The major variances in this application have not changed since the application of December 2025. The City of Toronto official plan for residential infill says development in established neighborhoods with respect to reinforcing the physical character of that neighborhood. Respect prevailing size and configuration of the lots, prevailing heights, density, and building types. This proposal does not meet the intent and purpose of the official plan. Zoning bylaws for infill also talk about zoning laws that set building height, structure, soft landscape, unit density, and parking requirements. This proposal is far over height, depth, and amount of soft landscaping as indicated in zoning bylaws. There are no residential structure as large or deep as this proposal wants to build. Guidelines for appropriate land development. I was hoping you could show some of my illustrations. The new construction must be sensitive to the respect the physical character of the surrounding neighborhood. I showed 2 photographs of the houses north and south. Ensure physical changes are gradual and fit with the neighborhood. And there's a good transition scale between areas of different heights of depths of buildings. Please see the illustration 1 and 2. Developments must have adequate privacy, sunlight and sky views. Both residents using appropriate distance and landscaping. This proposal is far from the appropriate development of land in this neighborhood. To look at the variance, they show minor variance. They're not. They're major variances. Height variance is asking for 118% over bylaw. Depth variance is asking for 129% over bylaw. Requested floor space index is twice the area of the lot and 201% over bylaw. The requested area for the ancillary building is 144% over bylaw. These major variances are unacceptable. In conclusion, we appreciate what the Committee of Adjustment does to get the most appropriate residential developments approved to make this city a better place to live in. Sometimes developers try to push through the biggest return on investment they can get away with. But the COA is the public's keeper of the gate and is best suited for making the responsible decisions for all residents of the City of Toronto and its many neighborhoods. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let me just see if any have any questions for you. None? Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Anybody else?
Thank you.
I've tried to contact the last registered speaker from 317 High Park Avenue, but I have not received a response.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we'll move on and ask Mr. Ziemba to provide some rebuttals, please.
Thank you. So just want to state that amongst the 5 letters of opposition, 2 are from 315 High Park and 2 are also from 314 High Park. So there is some discussion about apartments not belonging on this street. So the official plan and zoning bylaw both permit apartment buildings in neighborhoods and on the subject site. As set out in my planning letter, there are numerous instances of apartment buildings along this segment of High Park. And this lot is one of those lots that do function as a transition area to the denser mixed-use corridor. So High Park really does actually kind of function in many ways a little more atypical from the neighborhood streets. You do have a very wide boulevard. You have 3-meter boulevards. You have a wide public right-of-way. You have a subway station. You have bus lines. You have generous setbacks. Like this is a unique street. So with regarding to depth, as I noted, this is a transition area. This is lots that have larger depths. And I do think it's important we are exceeding all the setback requirements. So in the front, we have a 6.67 meter front yard setback, whereas 6 meters is required. To the north, we have 1.5 meters, where 0.9 is required. To the south, we have 1.53 meters, whereas 0.9 is required. And to the rear, we have a 23.65, 56 meter rear yard setback, whereas 7.5 is required. So the building also includes notch outs at the front and the front and the rear to soften that impact of the depth of the building. And this is really, frankly, to be accommodating the stairwells and to accommodate the accessibility elevator. So someone has spoken about the unit mix, and I do want to just set it straight. There are 7 studios ranging from 315 to 400, approximately 400 square feet, 3 one-bedrooms, 1 bedroom plus den, and 2 two-bedrooms. And these range in the 500 to 600 square feet. And really, these studios are really meant to just provide a more affordable option in terms of rental and for home, rather, it's kind of in between step into the home buyer ownership. With regarding waste, so the accessory building was designed to utilize the city's dual-use garbage bins, and I quote from the city's website, a dual-use garbage bin is used for garbage collection every 2 weeks and recycling collection on the alternating weeks. These bins have lids with green lids and the assistant collection crew identifying them. So I can confirm, I double-checked, all the garbage stalls in the accessory building do conform to meet a small and medium bin, and there is a sufficient space to accommodate the green bins in the remaining space. Unfortunately, the updated plans do not show this, but I have confirmed it. Another gentleman spoke to the neighborhood policies, and he was specifically referencing 4.15. Now, it's important to, I could just quote these policies, but I don't want to get into it. It's hard when you start nitpicking out things, but a lot of these policies I've used for severances because they do speak to lot patterns, and a lot of these don't actually speak to this development specifically because you're talking about prevailing size of lot configurations, you're talking about driveways, but we do speak to the landscape feature, and we are exceeding landscaping in every instance here. We're meeting the setbacks. Like, this is really meeting everything that is coming down to the built from character. This is an area with apartment buildings that have historically apartment buildings. You have townhouses here. This is an area that does meet the needs of a diverse population because it is so amenity rich. You've got schools, parks, you have High Park, you have High Park Station. Like, this is an ideal place for an apartment building of this size to be located. There was concerns about landscape. As I mentioned, the rear yard landscaping is over 75% soft landscaping. The front is over 77% front landscaping, and any concerns about runoff would be addressed at site plan. There's concerns about tree removals. There's no tree removals. We have set out a tree declaration. We have the standard conditions from urban forestry, and there would have been a refusal report from city staff if we were going to remove any trees. The gentleman also mentioned some guidelines about sky views. Those, unfortunately, might have been a misinterpretation. Those are appropriate standards for tall buildings and mid-rise buildings. These are not the standards for a low-rise apartment building and are not contextually appropriate. There's conversations about heights. There is examples of 4 stories along the street, and specifically with municipal addresses of High Park. These are also shown in photos 9 and 11 in my planning report. And I do want to reiterate, we're not going for a main wall variance. There's only one variance related to height. The policies that were being regulations were for a flat roof, which we're not proceeding with. Regarding FSI, it is very much emerging, like it changes, the neighborhoods evolve. And frankly, if we did an as-of-right building that is 17 or 19 meters deep, 3 stories, 11 meters, you'd be going for an FSI variance. It's just the nature of all these regulations and how they've been carried over from the historical bylaws. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siamba. Mr. Lombardi?
Yeah, 2 questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first, can you talk very briefly about the permissions on this street that permit increases in height and density as a transition?
Sorry, could you repeat in terms of depth or in terms of building depth?
In terms of height and density.
So there is permissions as of right for 11 meters on the site. As you mentioned, the OPA is coming forward for 13 meters. You also have Bill 60, which is coming forward in another regulation across Ontario for a 10% as of right to height. In terms of depth, I've kind of already spoken to, this is a deeper lot. The bylaw actually already contemplated where you increase setbacks for a depth of 19 meters. Unfortunately, we're not able to meet all of those, but we are meeting the intent of exceeding the minimum required setbacks there.
Okay, and last question. You heard those in opposition, some talk about neighborhood character, which is entrenched in the official plan, typically comes out through 4.1.5 and previous chapters in the official plan. But can you just briefly speak to the fact that policies that have been recently adopted by council for multiplexes, small apartments, etc. How do they address the issue of those types of built form compared to what exists in neighborhood designations prior?
Yeah.
And the question of neighborhood character.
So I think there's 2 folds. Professionally, neighborhoods, and the OP makes it very clear, they're not static. They're meant to evolve, and they're meant to evolve with neighborhoods' needs changing in communities. This is an incredible area to live at. I've always dreamed about living in the High Park area on the West End as someone who grew up on the West End. Now, that being said, EHON, I'm expanding housing options in Toronto. We have major street policies, which I know some people don't agree, but this is actually the right-of-way width similar in excess of major streets such as like such as like a net. So those are as of right permissions for a building with the same right-of-way width as the adjacent street. So say 20 meters, you get a 20-meter height. Now, I do recognize this is not a major street identified, but it does function similarly. It is the only major connection between Runnymede and Keele Street and Dundas and Bloor. So it does function as a bit of a throughway. It does have a bus route. You do have 4 lanes of traffic, 2 lanes of traffic and 2 lanes of parking. You have a 3-meter boulevard. Like this is, and you have bike shares there, you have sharrows there. Like this is very much functioning like that. So although that is not what I'm relying on, there's also expanding housing options, which you referenced. And that's about multiplexes as of right. And that's permitting 6 units as of right in a multiplex unit. Now, the key nuance there too is multiplexes can be shaped like a detached dwelling, whereas townhouses tend to be a little more invasive to neighborhood character. So we're not splitting this lot and severing it into 2 or 3 lots here, which we could. It's over a 40-foot lot here. Yeah. This is big for being an urban area in the city. And that's why we're able to also provide all those setbacks and meet and exceed those setbacks. So from a built form character, we are maintaining the single detached kind of setback and the setback character, because I think that's really what is special about High Park. The landscaping, the big setbacks. And I think that's really what the character is to me.
Okay.
And that's what I always noticed when I was walking it.
Thank you.
Any other questions and thoughts? Okay. Thank you. I just want to make a comment that looking at the previous applications, that the April 29th, 2025 application had 11 variances. December 2nd, 2025 had 8 variances.
Correct.
So there's been a reduction.
Yes.
And
6.
today we've basically got 6.
6.
I also wanted to note that there are a number of changes in the requests that are being made today. So I'm kind of glad to see those changes that have been made to accommodate concerns.
Cumulatively, many little steps to make one significant change.
I can see that, yes. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee. And Mr. Ghosh?
So I was at one of the previous hearings. I look at this, I think the neighbors' input is well taken, and this has been a process, and they've attended on multiple occasions, and last time there were even more people from the neighborhood, and those inputs, I think, have been taken into account in the application we have before us now. If I look at the application as a whole and what is being done here, I find it approvable. I made the point at the previous hearing, and that is very similar to what the applicant's agent has made today, which is I'm quite familiar with this neighborhood. It's not very far from where I live, and High Park, while not a major street, does operate as a major street. In many ways, I almost think it's an oversight, and the city might even revisit that in the future, because it's the longest stretch in the western part of the city that doesn't have a major street that goes north-south between Keele and Runnymede. And High Park really is the street that functions as that, with anchored by a subway station going between connecting Bloor up to Annette, up to Dundas. This is in the first block from Dundas. High Park already has apartments. There's no variance to make this an apartment building. There's no variance for number of units. And I think at the end of the day, what some of the opposition comes down to is just a dislike for this type of building and intensification. And I won't say, intensification at all. I think there's also some thoughts about, oh, well, these are studio units. Yes, we do want to encourage family-sized units, and I often make a positive comment where we have some great family-sized units. But there are people that can only afford to live in a studio apartment. And there are those individuals, while this isn't an affordable housing project, studios are more affordable just by their nature, and those individuals deserve to live in high quality neighborhoods like this as much as anyone, if they can find it. So I actually look at this application as one where the previous 2 refusals, we might look back in future years and wonder at them, because this might be a lot, it's by no means using the depth of the lot that we have here. And this might be a lot that in future we say a 6-story building with 25 units is a more appropriate use than what we see here today being proposed here. So as you can tell, I feel pretty strongly when I look at these variances and I see the type of development that they're enabling. I think it is appropriate and supportable. And some of the kind of technical issues, last time we really did get stuck a lot on this issue about how are garbage bins and bikes going to get from the back to the front, because there was no path for them to do so. And it was a legitimate practical concern. And so I am heartened to see that that practical concern has been rectified here. It's not a case where we imagine they're going to pave over the side yard later, create, illegally or needing to come back for another variance. They've done it with permeable pavers. I think it might be helpful for us to tie it substantially to the site plan so that we get the permeability of those pavers. But I think that's rectified that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Ms. Crawford, any thoughts? Mr. Reid, any thoughts?
So I've listened very closely, and it's interesting. It's come through. This is the third hearing, and I did watch the last hearing, so it's very instructive, and it's great that changes have been made. And I'd say my main concern, and I hear it in the objections as well, is about just the massing, not the. Well, there is objection to the fact of an apartment building, but that's not a variance. The objection is, though, to sort of prevailing character, and whether it fits within that. And I'm persuaded, I think, by the applicant's presentation, which is very good, that the setbacks in this instance are really offsetting the increase in the FSI. So I think it is sort of staying within character because of that. That's my thought.
Thank you. Mr. Reid, any thoughts?
Yeah, that's a good point, Nan. And I agree with both my colleagues. I think this is a very good project. I do understand the concerns of the neighbors, particularly the ones immediately south. Like, there will be impacts on them, certainly. But I think, not to repeat what my colleagues have said, but I think a couple other elements that are important to me is that these lots, starting at 317 and going north towards High Park, are different. They're different than most lots to the south, and I think they're very well suited for this type of building. They're wider and they're deeper. They're very deep. So my initial concern with this application was the depth variance that was being requested, but I think the applicant made a good point in that the additional depth of this lot does go towards lessening that impact. But yeah, overall, I think this is a very positive application and a positive change for the street.
Thank you very much. I'll add just two more cents. One is that I was impressed by the fact that the depth has gone from, I believe the initial request was 26 meters, and it's down to 21.95, so that's substantial change. Similarly with FSI, there's a substantial change. So the applicant has certainly made a lot of effort to make adjustments and respond. So I would support the application as well. Look for a motion. Oh, you have a question first? Yes, please, please.
Okay. Yeah, I won't belabor the point. I'm prepared to support the application. I concur with my colleagues. They've made all the points that I wanted to make. But with their indulgence, Mr. Chair, that one thing I'd like to state, and I'll call it a public service announcement. What we heard today from those in opposition, I think there's whether directly or indirectly, there seems to be an underlying theme there, which is the idea of precedent, or the concern about precedent. And so I've made this statement before, but I'd like to make it again and just let those here today know that, I mean, each proposal that comes before us it will be subject to a rigorous public process to assess its merits and to assess whether it should be allowed or not. And this process ensures that any development that occurs in a neighborhood like this will be achieved in a balanced manner, taking into account all relevant issues. And we call this a principle of precedent. The Latin legal term is stare decisis, but what I'll say is we are, as a committee, are not obliged to follow the principle of precedent. So, when we hear from residents who say, well, this will lead to other applications being approved and that, we are not obliged or bound by that principle, just to make that point.
Thank you for adding that, Mr. Lombardi. I think that's an important point. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
I am glad to move this forward. I would make a motion to approve the application as amended with the condition that it be tied to the site plan with respect to the permeable pavers, and that being the most recent late provided site plan. And I don't believe there's any
Forestry 2.
Is there forestry? Forestry 2, and having considered the Metrolinx report, imposing no Metrolinx conditions.
Great, thank you very much. Second, Mr. Lombardi seconds. Thank you very kindly. Okay, all those in favor of the amended application? Mrs. Yamba, you have your approval unanimously. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we'll hear items number 10 and 11, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Perfect.
I don't
Thank
see any
you.
registered speakers for these ones, so.
That sounds great, thank you. Okay, item number 10. Item number 10 is 133 Boon Avenue. The purpose of the application is to legalize and to maintain the rear fourth-story addition with a rooftop terrace on the roof of the third story of the existing 3 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling. Basement level is considered the first story. That was constructed without an authorized building permit. Also, to permit the rear two-story addition located at the rear of the second and third stories of the dwelling that was constructed beyond the limits of an authorized building permit. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting the subject property, an order to comply number affecting the subject property, and a 7-signature petition in support signed by owners and occupants of 130, 131, 132, and 137 Boon Avenue, and 60 and 62 Goodwood Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dome. Are you there?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Max Murchison, and I will represent the homeowners on this application.
Could we get your address as well, please?
It's 364 Supertest Road, North York.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we need a presentation, but I'd certainly like an explanation, and perhaps my colleagues would like one as well. What happened?
So this application that was approved previously in 2020, and then, sir, COVID happened. But as I understand, the reason we're back is because back then the variance that was requested for wall height was 9.3 meters. And now we're requesting for a variance of 9.95 meters. The second variance, FSI, was approved in 2020 and did not change. And just because technically we have to go back to the Committee of Adjustment, so second variance is technical with it. But really we're requesting for have a higher roof and to go from what was approved 9.3 previously to 9.95.
Thank you. Just hold on a second. Mr. Lombardi has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, with all due respect, that really doesn't answer the question. So my understanding in reading this file is that you received, the owners received approval at the Committee of Adjustment in 2020. Yes. COVID hit. And if I'm not mistaken, someone's covering letter said they just decided to go ahead because they didn't want to wait.
So yes, we do have a covering letter from our client. We were not the agent on the application back then, but yes, unfortunately, there was a structure erected without building permits, and therefore they got an order to comply. We're here to comply, and we're here to make sure that after this committee, we apply for building permits and get everything approved.
So was that order to comply, was that a complaint or was that the owners coming forward?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I will not answer. I will not be able to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
I do know that the owner wanted to comply and therefore they hired us.
We always find applications that come in for legalization of build forms currently always problematic. Surely when somebody's doing construction, you realize if you're going beyond what was allowed or approved, and then still go ahead, is a very conscious decision. I think that's very problematic. Anyway, let me see if there are any other questions for you from members of the committee. None? Okay. We'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Ghosh?
I always find it interesting in these cases to try to reconstruct what has happened, just for myself, for no other reason, because you often don't get a very satisfactory explanation, and I don't think that we did here. Here's what I assume happened, but the assumption could be wrong based on what I see. I think they got the approvals. I think these are, unlike some individuals that just go ahead and willy-nilly do whatever, I think these people probably did just make design changes over the course of their application and not consider the severity of doing that without getting approval first, and then tried to close their building permit. And because we're not looking at a long lapse or something else. So I think they kind of did the wrong thing and then kind of did the right thing, tried to close their building permit, and that's when they got their order to comply because they'd made these design changes. So I don't look on it quite as sorely as I do people that are sort of completely doing the wrong thing, but I do think that I hope that these applicants and anyone else watching takes this as a learning opportunity to say, when you're making design changes over the course of the project and you've already gone to the Committee of Adjustment, you should be someone that knows that design changes that change the building envelope may be outside of your permissions, and you should really be not constructing in that situation until you have the appropriate permissions, because this application as a whole, turning to the variances, I think are reasonable and I think it's approvable. But if they weren't, we're not to hold back on denying, and you take a very serious risk when you do this. But in this case, I look at the variances that they're looking at in the context of this neighborhood, sort of near Corso Italia, and I think that the impacts are minor and it meets the 4 tests, but they took a risk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. I'm glad you pointed out what you just did, so I think it's important to have said that for the record.
If no one else has a comment, I'm happy to just turn that into a motion to approve it with sort of our standard wording of not condoning building without a building permit.
Certainly, yeah. And Ms. Reid seconding? Yes. Thank you very much. So we have a motion put forward by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Reid. And the only thing is for the record. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
Okay, and let's move on to item number 11. Pardon me. Item number 11 is 874-878 Yonge Street and 3-11 SCOLLARD Street. And the purpose of the application is to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 697-2021 OLT for a new 50-story mixed-use building as approved under Committee of Adjustment Files A0612/23 TUI and A0231/25 TUI by increasing the maximum total gross floor area, maximum building height 60.2 meters to 61.25 meters at the east side portion of the building. altering the minimum building setbacks, and reducing the required bicycle parking spaces. There will be a total of 267 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision numbers affecting the subject site, planning letter prepared by Bosefields Incorporated, traffic letter, site-specific zoning bylaw number, and red line revised diagrams. We also have commenting agency emails from Heritage Planning, and we have a staff report from Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the staff report from Community Planning, the members would not have had enough time to review because it did come in yesterday, but it is on the screen and there are conditions imposed.
Planning conditions, that's right. Okay. Do we have the agent online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and all registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could we get your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Peter Smith. I'm a planner and a partner with Bosefields. The address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200, Toronto.
Thank you very much. Bear with me. Are there any, this is not a red-lined notice, is it? I'm just trying to think, hopefully I haven't circled the wrong thing on my screen.
No, it's not a red line.
Okay, great, thank you very much. All right. We don't have anybody in opposition to this application, but let me just see if my colleagues would like a little brief explanation. If not, I don't see anybody requesting any questions. Just a question? Yeah. We have a couple of questions for you, so hold on.
Thanks,
okay, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check that you have reviewed the community planning conditions and you're okay with them?
Yes, the updated revised report that I think is up on the screen right now does have a, it does have an amendment to condition 2A, and on that basis, both conditions 1 and 2 are acceptable to the applicant.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, any other questions? None? Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll just take it into committee and look for a decision. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lombardi. It's all yours.
Thank you. This is an application sort of within the context of what we talked about with a previous application in terms of whether we have the mandate to deal with the increase in height and in density in terms of large apartment, multi-story buildings. So we do. We've established that. I'm comfortable supporting this application. I think this is an appropriate location for this type of development and intensification. There's a previous site-specific zoning bylaw which establishes standards, and this application before us represents, I think, a moderate increase in terms of setbacks, the heights of individual floors that result in an increase in total GFA and bike spaces and a decrease in the number of units. But that results because studio units are being transitioned to an increase in 2-bedroom units, which is very, very commendable. In terms of the planning context, it's within the downtown and central waterfront area, a PMTSA where density increases are permitted and planned for and encouraged. So I think this is a desirable and appropriate development. I think individually and cumulatively, the 4 variances meet or satisfy the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act. I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the 4 variances, subject to community planning's conditions that are identified in their August 5th, 2026 report.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do we have a second? Mr. Reid seconds.
I'll second. And just one thing to add, I think that the cash contribution in the Section 45.9 makes this a much more desirable application. So I think that's a good part of it.
Great, thank you. We have a motion on the floor, seconded by Mr. Reid. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Smith, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll take a 10-minute break. Please turn off your videos, microphones. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones. We'll commence with item number 12.
Okay. All right, and we pick up with item number 12, which is 2 Wychwood Park, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 and 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a partial side west 1-story addition, a side east basement addition with a ground floor terrace above, and a rear carport canopy with trellis and green roof above the existing rear parking space abutting Davenport Road. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, email correspondence from Heritage Planning, staff reports from Urban Forestry and TTC. We also have correspondence in support from 4 and 36 Wychwood Park, and we have a total of 5 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of 80, 78 and 80 Wychwood and 5 Wychwood Park.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Armstrong.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. I wonder if we could just get your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, this is Anne-Marie Armstrong, architect of AMP Studio, representative of the owners, and my address is 584 Jones Avenue in Toronto.
Terrific, thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition, so I'll just ask my colleagues to see if anyone has any questions for you. Seeing none and no presentation required, what we'll do is we'll just take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Okay, Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to take this. It's a very tasteful renovation and small addition that's being proposed here, and the lot is really sizable and private too, so that any kind of potential impact is really negated here. This is a very straightforward process, so I move that we approve the application without condition.
Thank you very much. Second, Mr. Lombardi seconds. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Oops. You have your approval unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Okay, moving on to item number 13. Item number 13 is 140 Quebec Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a front, second, and third story addition and a rear third story addition. Also to construct a rear covered basement walkout extension and to enlarge the rear ground floor covered deck with stairs. Currently under construction with a building permit number 26, 100-682 BLD 00SR at the southwest corner of the dwelling. The committee had before it the following communication. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, and we have a staff report from Urban Forestry, and correspondence in concern or interest from 142 and 138 Quebec Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and one registered speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Romano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel, Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions. We don't have anybody in opposition, so there's no need for presentation from that perspective.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker in interest. Are they here in person or online? Okay. Perhaps maybe let's unmute them and see what the concern is, and then take it from there.
Hello, Daniel. You've been muted.
Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, he's not answering.
Daniel Martin, are you there? Give it another try.
If you are satisfied with your message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase and...
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did get a letter in interest from Mr. Martin, so if we're not able to hear directly from him, then you would have had that letter before you with his concerns.
That's correct. I'm just looking at it, and it's, he says, my concern is with regards to management of stormwater drainage. Looks like that's the main concern that he has. We'll ask Mr. Romano to perhaps respond to the concerns.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent, Franco Romano, will unmute.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you once again. Appreciate the efforts. Happy to jump into Mr. Martin's letter, or unless someone would like me to walk through a presentation.
I don't see any request for presentation, but perhaps you can address that concern raised by Mr. Martin with regard to management of stormwater drainage. Mr. Romano.
Yes, so the actual item that's referenced in both letters, including Mr. Martin's letter, has to do with what's happening in the rear lane. This is a rear lane that attaches to a number of properties. It's it's not straight in this position. It kind of terminates in this little enclave of 3 or 4 properties that abut the lane, and the city has actually paved over an existing drain in that laneway. So what happens is the water can't move along because it's not a straight lane. It ends. And so everybody's downspouts that goes into the lane, there's some ponding because of ruts and other holes in the laneway. But none of this is being generated by either the subject property or the proposal in this nature. It's all existing, and in fact, what is being proposed on the subject site is a replacement of hard surface in the backyard with soft landscaping. So if anything, there might be an improvement on what's happening in the laneway.
Great, thank you very much. Since my colleagues don't have any questions for you, we'll just take it into committee and
very good, thank you.
We'll look for a decision. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just quickly.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Can the applicant...
is your microphone?
Your microphone.
Microphone.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the applicant just explain briefly the revisions to the plans?
Yes,
we have revised plans.
Yeah, staff, the only revision that we made there is that thanks staff for bringing this up. So if you look towards the top left, there are the stairs that are walking out. You had it right initially, correct. Just stay right there. Please, staff, just stay right there. You see the proposed walkout to rebuild? That is under an existing permit. In the initial plans that were submitted, we were looking to move that over to the closer to the side lot line to 46 centimeters, but the work is underway under a permit and it's at 90 centimeters. So the revised submission simply showed that 90 centimeter setback to the walkout, just so then it's clear that that's not being moved at all.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Romano, I just have a quick question as well. Just looking at the site plan, the proposal to rebuild the existing wood deck, is the materials below the wood deck gravel or permeable by any chance?
Yes, thank you for that question. It is not, no. That is,
okay, that's still a hard surface, I take it.
Yeah, the backyard was basically entirely hard surface. If you may recall that before the soft landscaping provisions came into this section of Toronto, there was no such requirement. Right. So it was pretty common to see hard surface in the backyard, and that's what they had. It was all compliant, but underneath the deck is hardscape.
Yeah, but your proposal actually is improving the existing soft landscaping, I believe. Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, everything that is between the rear deck and the garage is being changed from landscape to soft landscaping.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we'll take it into committee now. Thank you. Okay, who wants to? No? Okay, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will support this application. I think it's an appropriate development for the location. I'll note, as we were just talking about rear soft landscaping, it's currently 0, but this proposal will actually improve that existing condition. I think the proposal represents an appropriate context-sensitive form of development, and it's compatible with the existing physical character of that neighborhood, and I don't believe it results in any unacceptable or adverse impacts of a planning nature. So it's only really adding about 39 square meters to the actual development, to the building. So I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the 6 variances. Now, I know that there's correspondence from Urban Forestry, but there are no conditions, but there is a correspondence that talks about the fact that a permit may be required, and I'm hoping that the applicant is aware of that, and there are comments that follow that within the body of the urban forestry second report.
Great, thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Ms. Reid? Sorry, Ms. Crawford's hand went up. No, Ms. Reid, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Romano, you have your unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, and now moving on to item number 14 is 115 Lee Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5 story detached dwelling by constructing a partial rear northeast 2-story addition, including a basement extension and enlarging the existing rear ground floor deck at the northeast corner. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, and 3 photographs of the subject property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Are you there?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay?
Wonderfully, thank you.
All right.
We only have 3 variances from you and nobody in opposition, and variances all appear to be minor, but let me just see if my colleagues, pardon me, if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Sure.
Seeing none, Mr. Smith will just take it into committee and look for a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to run with this? Ms. Crawford?
I would move to approve the application. I would move to approve the application. It's a very modest renovation where the houses are very close to each other, so the minor variances are needed to accomplish it, and there's no evidence of adverse impact. So I move to approve, and I don't think there are any conditions.
Correct, thank you. Seconder? Mr. Ghosh, thank you. Okay, and we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Smith, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. All right, moving on to item number 16. Oh, sorry, 15. Item number 15 is 34 Old Mill Drive. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a basement addition below, a 3rd-story addition, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear basement walkout with the terrace. Also to construct a new rear 1-story ancillary building and detached garage with 1-car parking space with a basement level below containing storage use which will not be used for habitable space. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, an arborist report, presentation materials from the agent. We also have agency reports from urban forestry and TTC. We also have 12 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of 2, 25, and 26 Traymore Crescent, 1 and 31 Old Mill Drive, 512 and 514 Riverside Drive, and 2520 Bloor Street West. We have correspondence in opposition from 30 Old Mill Drive and from somebody with no address provided, and from 9 Traymore Crescent, 23 and 24 Old Mill Drive, 46 Old Mill Drive, 38 Old Mill Drive, and 33 Old Mill Drive. We also have materials in opposition from Victoria Colantonio on behalf of neighbors. No addresses provided.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent in person and 1 registered speaker.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Name and address, please.
My name's Alan Farlinger. I'm the owner and agent for 34 Old Mill Drive. Before we start, the city has issued a revised zoning bylaw notice. It's fairly minor, and I'd like to proceed without a deferral.
It basically means that condition number three is no longer needed, which was a deck height variance. And the setback is not actually 1.2 meters, the required minimum, it's 0.6. I do have a copy. It has been sent in, but unfortunately they didn't send it in on time.
So you're basically requesting a deferral at this point?
No, I would rather not defer because...
you want to proceed with the revisions noted?
Yeah, so okay. I would like to proceed with the revisions noted, and as I say, I don't need number three. I'm not asking for that anymore, so now it's like the other four, and the required minimum side yard setback, as noted in the previous zoning bylaw notice, is 1.2 meters. In the new notice, it's actually only 0.6 meters. So I went back and forth with the city planners as I was preparing for this case. I'm reviewing previous cases, and then the adjoining neighbor to me asked for the identical setbacks for side lot line and then the eave projection. So then I was in contact with them and I said, listen, like, there's no way mine's 1.2 if this is, they actually came in at 0.45, and I argued with them over whether it's 0.45 because there's a rule that if you can take some side yard setback on one side and reduce it on the other. Anyway, so we ended up at 0.6, and I think it's minor regardless, so I would like to just proceed in the, just to save time and then coming back, and it's like,
no problem.
Unless you see an issue with that.
Mr. Chair? Sorry, can I just get a clarification? So variance number three will be eliminated.
It will be eliminated.
And the variance for setback that you're discussing is number?
Variance number two.
That's
So
what I
variance number two will be revised, that the first line of the variance will read, the minimum required side yard setback is 0.6 meters instead of 1.2 meters,
Correct.
right? And the altered dwelling will be located 0.36 meters from the side north lot line. Correct?
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
And the plans haven't changed?
Nothing, the plans haven't changed. No, nothing in the plans has changed. So that's why I would just prefer to proceed. Yeah, unless there's an issue.
Well, thank you very much for, we've got the revisions in place, so that's great. We do have folks in opposition, as you heard, so we will still require a presentation, please.
Sure.
Mr. Follinger, thank you.
Okay, I have slides. I have a presentation slide made up. If you could please pull that up. Perfect. Okay. 34 Old Mill Drive is a detached home located just north of Bloor Street and west of Jane. The existing building is basically original with the exception of some renovations in the basement. What I'm proposing is a two-story rear addition and changing the existing roof to a 13/12 pitch gable, which will create additional living space in the attic while at the same time addressing the many structural issues with the original roof. As well, the original garage would be removed and a new garage erected at the rear of the property. The following are lists of the variances that are required. Next page, please. FSI of 0.4 to 0.73. Before designing the house, I studied the previous Committee of Adjustment cases to help consider a consensus, to come to consensus as to what would be considered acceptable for the area. Next page, please. An FSI of 0.73 has been granted many times in the past, and examples of a few of these decisions have been mapped out on page 3. I believe that this request is minor in nature and does not create a considerably larger structure than what is currently in the surrounding area. I also considered front and rear yard deck size and placement. This design has no deck above the second floor, unlike the adjacent property, 32 Old Mill Drive, and the proposed first floor deck is modest in size at 8 feet by 8 feet. As a result, no variances are required to facilitate a larger deck. Privacy screening will also be added on the north side of the proposed deck for the benefit of both myself and adjoining neighbors. Next page, please. Although FSI is the main variance that I'm requesting, I also took into consideration how a larger building would impact the massing of the house compared to the surrounding homes in the neighborhood. Figure 4 shows the scale of the proposed build beside the existing home, a new home that was recently built directly across the street, and a second option for my house that would increase the height of the building to the allowable 11-meter maximum. From a massing perspective, the proposed front elevation for 34 Old Mill Drive is in keeping with the adjacent neighborhood homes and is small compared to 31 Old Mill Drive, which has a front elevation massing 76% larger than what I am proposing. Next page, please. To expand on massing further, let's take a look from above. In illustration 6, you can see that many of the existing homes have additions. 34 Old Mill Drive is one of, if not the smallest home from an area perspective. Most people would agree that the original homes are small by today's standards. Having said that, the depth of the rear addition that I'm proposing is shorter than many of the existing homes, including my neighbor to the north and a couple homes to the south. Next page, please. In illustration 7, you can see how small my existing house appears in relation to 31 Old Mill Drive. Sorry, we're one page ahead, but when you look 90 meters to the south, illustration number 8 of the subject property, you see an 11-story condominium development. This close proximity to my house means that from my backyard looking south, this is what I see. I disagree with the idea that the massing of my proposal is by any means excessive compared to the surrounding homes, and this variance is minor in nature. Variances 2 and 4 are both the result of the original home being built close to the lot line. The north side of the original house was built 0.36 meters away from the lot line. To maximize the utility of the lot means extending the new structure with the same setbacks as the original house. Allowances for these variances are very common, and similar variances were granted to the neighbor to the north of me at 36 Old Mill Drive and many other homes in the surrounding neighborhood. Variance 5. The original garage is too close to the proposed addition and is also in poor condition. Moving it back to the rear of the yard makes better use of the lot, but because of the lot has a considerable grade change, it means increasing the height slightly to function at the front where it meets the existing driveway. The existing garage is 3.35 meters high, measured from the front, 4.42 measured from the back. The proposed garage would be 3.5 from the front, 4.77 from the back. Compared to a possible 11-meter height allowance for any main dwelling, the proposed garage still maintains that it will be subordinate to the house, especially since it would be set back 6 meters from the rear of the house. Regarding the garage, it should also be noted that no other variances are required to build it as planned. Both side and rear yard setbacks are above the minimum needed, soft landscaping requirements are met, and the actual size of the garage is smaller than what is allowed under the bylaw. In my opinion, this variance is minor in nature. Next page, please. As someone who has admiration for the architecture of the 19th century and has a skill set as a residential contractor to create this type of home, I have no doubt that this project will add value to the current streetscape. In closing, I believe that the variances requested are minor and do meet the 4 requirements required to be approved by the Committee of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing.
Perfect, it is.
I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. Seeing none. Okay, thank you so very much. We'll move on to the folks that are in opposition. Is there anybody in the audience here to speak to this particular application? No? Everybody's online, I take it?
No, they are online, yeah.
All right, wonderful. You don't have to jump up. Just stay seated, thank you.
Hello, Victoria. You've been muted.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Can we get your name and address, please?
Yep, it's Victoria Colantonio, and the address is 88 Baywood Boulevard, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'd just like to state before I start, just because there's a list of properties that I'm representing, the neighbors, I'd just like to go through the list before starting my presentation, just so we have it on the record.
Sure thing.
Okay, so the addresses of the neighbors I'm representing are on Old Mill Drive, 23, 24, 25, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 35, 36, 38, and 46. And on Traymore, it's number 11. So that's the list of neighbors that I'm representing with my presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Victoria Colantonio, RPP and Principal of VC Planning Consultants. I was retained by the neighbors of Old Mill Drive to provide an independent planning opinion regarding the minor variance application at 34 Old Mill Drive. The applicant is requesting 5 minor variances to facilitate a significant redevelopment of the property, including an addition, basement expansion, and replacement garage. My opinion focuses on 2 variances, one being the proposed increase in floor space index from 0.40 to 0.73, and the increase in the permitted garage height from 4 meters to 4.42 meters. In my opinion, these variances do not satisfy the 4 tests of a minor variance under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. Beginning with the floor space index, I would like to begin with what I consider to be the most significant planning issue of this application, so the proposed increase in the floor space index. In my professional opinion, this variance alone demonstrates why the application cannot satisfy the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. The applicant is seeking to increase the permitted FSI from 0.4 to 0.73. This variance represents a very substantial departure from the development standards established by the City of Toronto zoning bylaw. This is an increase of approximately 84% over the maximum floor area that the city has determined appropriate for this property. The committee is therefore not being asked to consider a modest relaxation of the zoning standard. It is being asked to approve a dwelling that is nearly twice the size contemplated by the existing planning framework. In this case, the proposal would significantly exceed the intended level of development for properties within this residential area. The additional floor area is achieved through a 3rd-story addition and substantial expansions to the existing dwelling, resulting in a building that is materially larger and more visually prominent than what is contemplated by the zoning bylaw. This issue is therefore not simply that the house is larger, it is that the proposal introduces a built form whose scale and massing fundamentally alter the relationship between this property and the surrounding neighborhood. In my opinion, that cannot reasonably be characterized as a minor planning impact. The applicant has referenced other approvals within the broader neighborhood context as justification for the requested FSI variance. In my opinion, that approach is inconsistent with the way minor variance applications are intended to be assessed. For one thing, there is no mention of any similar approvals within the immediate neighborhood context, establishing this as an application that deviates from the prevailing neighborhood character. Each application must be evaluated on its own merits, having regard to the specific characteristics of the property, its surrounding context, and the applicable planning policy framework. Previous approvals do not establish an entitlement to similar relief, nor do they alter the development standards established by the zoning bylaw or the official plan. If anything, the existence of other approvals underscores the importance of the committee's role in ensuring that the integrity of the planning framework is maintained. Turning to the proposed increase in the height of the detached garage, the applicant is seeking relief to increase the maximum permitted height from 4 to 4.4 meters. In my opinion, this variance cannot be viewed in isolation because each individual element in this application contributes to an overall increase in the scale, massing, and intensity of development on the property. While the requested height increase may appear modest on its own, it is another indication that the proposal has been designed to maximize development across the site rather than work within the development standards established by the city's planning framework. When this issue is considered together with the proposed increase in FSI, the 3rd-story addition, and the increased height of the accessory structure, it is evident that the application is not seeking modest relief from the zoning bylaw. Rather, it represents a level of redevelopment that has been pushed beyond what the site can reasonably accommodate. I would also like to address an additional planning concern arising from the proposed location of the replacement garage. As designed, the garage is proposed immediately adjacent to 2 mature trees located entirely on the neighboring property at 32 Old Mill Drive. These are privately owned trees situated within a protected ravine and natural feature area and are both protected under the city's private tree bylaw and the ravine and natural feature protection bylaw. I want to be clear that my concern is not that the requested garage height variance itself results in injury to these trees. Rather, my concern is that the overall design of the redevelopment places the garage in a location that creates an avoidable conflict with protected trees on adjacent private property. Ultimately, the requested FSI variance is not minor. The cumulative built form is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The garage contributes to an overall pattern of
just to let you know you're running out of time.
Yep, I'm just wrapping up. And the proposed location of the garage demonstrates that the redevelopment has not been designed to respect neighboring protected environmental features. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse the requested variances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if there are any questions at this point for you. Mr. Lombardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Colantonio. As a fellow RPP, I appreciate your independent professional opinion. Couple of questions. First, with respect to the location of the structure at the rear, and you talk about the 2 trees on the neighbors' properties, are you aware that urban forestry has provided no conditions or recommended no conditions, although they have provided commentary that a permit may be required?
Yes, I did see that. I saw that they said there's no conditions because they don't have issues with the variances themselves, but they do have an issue with the location of the garage, and they are recommending denial of any permit to remove those or injure those trees unless the garage has been relocated. I think I put the exact quote, a slide before this or after this tree impact slide. If we could go over to the next slide, I think I have the exact quote that urban forestry had put.
All right, thank you. And the second question is related to the issue of FSI. Variance number 1 is requesting an FSI of 0.73 times the area of the lot, where 0.4 times is permitted, maximum permitted FSI. Do you know if that 0.4 times zoning standard is a current standard, or is it a standard that was brought forward with the comprehensive zoning bylaw 569/2013?
As per my understanding, this is a current standard.
But are you aware that it might be an outdated standard and it has not been updated?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We have one more question from Mr. Ghosh.
I'm wondering if you can elaborate, because I didn't quite get it, what you're saying the impact of the additional FSI is on the neighbors. Is it just an aesthetic look and feel of the neighborhood, or is there anything more to it?
It's just in the sense that it's an overdevelopment of the property, which is already a little bit inhibited by already has a very much reduced north side lot setback as an existing condition, and the proposed roof eaves that basically go over the property line. It would just seem a really large house on a really small property, and it just wouldn't fit in terms of the prevailing neighborhood character. And it's not really a concern of, it's more of a concern of massing. It's not a concern of views, a concern of shade where there would have been sun. It's just a concern of massing in the neighborhood.
You're saying that the FSI is where you're capturing the fact that the massing is just too much?
Yes. Yes, just an overdevelopment of the lot.
Okay.
If I may just add, in your diagram, your tree impact diagram that you have, just noticing the house to the, I'm not sure if it's the north, number 36.
North.
That's the north side. Number 36, it looks like it's about the same length as the proposed renovation that the client, the agent here is proposing. Is the concern really more from number 32 about massing?
On that, I can't say. That was a collective concern of the neighbors. So I'm not sure where that exactly originated from. That was just one of the collective concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lombardi's got a question.
One last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. Just to follow up on my previous inquiry and my colleague's comments, member, I've lost track. It's late afternoon. Gosh. With respect to FSI, you just made the statement using the terminology prevailing neighborhood character. While it's not your case to prove, obviously, have you undertaken a neighborhood assessment, character assessment analysis?
From just seeing a visual street view of the immediate neighborhood context, I can see that it's not a prevailing character. And also, when I based on the supporting materials that the applicant had provided, all of the examples of an increased FSI were in the broader neighborhood context. There were none in the immediate neighborhood context, the immediate street of Old Mill Drive, that present an FSI that is that much of an increase from 0.4 to 0.73.
Okay, thank you.
The client has provided some examples, but they are all, if he referred to a visual in his presentation, and they were all within the broader, we can say very loosely broader neighborhood context rather than the immediate street.
Although there's not a neighborhood boundary, but you're assuming that it's a broader neighborhood context.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I may just add one other piece, and I don't know if I heard you correctly or not, but I was just reading the tree impact piece in your presentation. So urban forestry is not asking for a denial of the location of the garage, but it does say it may. The application may be denied. So it's not an outright refusal. So it's possible that, because they haven't.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
The wording was denial of a permit to injure or remove the tree, and they're requesting or recommending relocation of the, they're not denying the development of the garage, saying we're denying any possibility of a permit to remove those trees. The garage can be relocated.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. And I believe that's the only person in opposition. Great. Mr. Farling, that's your, the ball's in your court.
Well, so what I'd like to say, I've talked to the neighbors. On the last day, the 28th, letters were supposed to be submitted if there were objections. So I'm checking, no one's objected. The 29th, these people come forward. I had previously discussed my renovation with 36 Old Mill Drive, the owners. I'd offered to show them plans before I went to committee. He basically just said, if you don't build anything modern, no one's gonna care. He goes, like, it'll just like, so I said, do you want to see the drawings? He's like, no. So I'm like, okay. I decided myself, I would like to stick with something traditional. I have an interest in traditional architecture. I think what I'm gonna do is gonna be a huge improvement from not only my house, but many of the houses on the street. Today, a lot of the exterior features, it's all aluminum soffit fascia. It's K-style gutters. It's asphalt shingles, right? So this is not a cost-effective design for me, but it's also going to showcase what I can do. And as a residential contractor, it'll be a selling feature. So I think it's a huge benefit to the neighborhood. The other thing you have to consider when you look at FSI is that there's factors that can change FSI, and it doesn't necessarily change the massing, right? So I could take that space on the third story and basically open that up and do all vaulted ceilings. Now my FSI goes to 0.58. The massing's identical, right? So, I mean, FSI is one measure, but I think massing's more important. And when you look at many of the homes there, they've all had additions to some extent. And then if you look at the one directly across from me, it has a very prominent presence on the street. And I don't mind it, but I'm just trying to highlight that it's like, from the streetscape, my house is, the only change is going to be the roof's gone from a 612 to a 1312. And I could have went higher. The maximum height allowed is 11 meters. I'm only going around 10.2 meters because I think if I go 11, it is getting excessive. So I've taken all that into consideration. I think it's a well thought out design. And then the garage, honestly, if I thought that not asking for the variance for the garage would allay my neighbors' concerns, I would consider just asking for that. But the problem is, it's not the height that they're concerned about. They're concerned because in the drawings, there's a toilet and sink. They're concerned that someone's going to live in the backyard. My lot, after reviewing the bylaw, I can do a garden suite if I propose to. I would have to comply to the 4-meter height, but there's nothing saying that I can't do a garden suite. And everybody that I discussed the plans with, because after I realized that there was some pushback on this, no one said, oh, it's that 0.42 meters. That really bothers me, right? It's all like, well, you could rent that out, or you could sell the home and someone else could rent that out. And I'm like, listen, I'm building a garage. I have enough tools to fill that whole thing. And it's like, that's my purpose. And if someone in 10 years bought my house and wanted to do a garden suite, that's what the city's pushing for anyway. So most of the resistance is increased densification. They feel that I'm going to intensify the density, and they're dead against it. And it's like, I don't know what to say, but, that's why so many people are opposed. And then all the surrounding people, when I, presented this to, and it's like, they're all in favor of it. I had one lady that signed the thing, and she commented she'd like to see more density. She goes, I like what you're doing, but she goes, I wouldn't mind seeing more density. And it's like, a lot of people are against it regardless, and that's why I approached quite a few people on the street by my house, and they were like, listen, I don't have a problem with what you're doing, but I'm friends with so-and-so, and I'd just rather stay out of it. And there was a lot of that too, and I respect that, and I don't want to pressure someone into signing either way, but I feel that this design is well done, and it's going to benefit everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Falling. Any questions at this point? Oh, Mr. Ghosh?
So you've mentioned a couple of times that you're a contractor, and it doesn't strictly go to the variances, but it goes to kind of the context. You are intending this to be your own personal home, though? Or?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm not like, and that was another concern. Oh, you're gonna renovate and sell it. You wouldn't go to the extent I'm going. You'd never even build that garage if it was a flip, because it's just too costly, right? And
so I was actually getting to that a little bit, because to me, I agree that's a bit of an indicia. Again, it doesn't speak to the variances, because variances are silent as to whether you're flipping or not. But I know sometimes that can be a concern with neighbors. The garage basement, so the intention is for it to be a workshop, basically, or
well, it's going to be mainly storage. I mean, will I ever build anything down there? I mean, it's possible, but it's like, the main purpose is storage. The current garage I have there is totally full. I have storage in other places that I pay on. So, it all costs money. So if you look at the lot and you look at the grading, if the lot was flat, you would just build it flat. I wouldn't be asking for height variance, right? But it's because it drops 4 feet. So then now you have this void under it. So what do you do with it, right? And typically, I'd want to go to 4 foot to frost line anyways with the foundation. So it's like you're 3 feet from the front elevation. You still want to go 4 feet below grade. It kind of lends itself to doing something there, right? Okay. And it's not a second story according to the zoning. So it's like, I actually even increased the size of the garage just to get around one variance for parking, because I had it smaller, and it's still smaller than what I'm allowed to do on the lot. And the setbacks are larger than what's required, right? So I'm not looking to build I don't want a garage that like totally takes up my whole backyard, because that's kind of like not appealing either. But I do want it to be able to store everything that I have.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Falling. We'll take it into committee now and look for a decision. Maybe I'll just start off by noting that from my perspective, I really do not see any issues with this particular project. I find the idea of utilizing the attic space quite an interesting one, but I personally do not see any issues. And I think the one piece that the spokesperson was mentioning was related to the trees in the back. Urban forestry hasn't said no. They may say no, but that's for another day. Right now, they haven't commented anything. So I don't have any concerns with this particular application. I'd like to hear from Mr. Reid.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I agree. I was actually really surprised at the level of opposition to this, because to me, it looks like a very well thought out and sensitive redevelopment. And I mean, to the applicant's point, the FSI is really just a number, right? it could be interpreted differently depending on what happens in that third floor attic space. So I think this is completely defensible, and I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Ms. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with my colleague. So let's look at the variances. Well, actually, before I get to that, let me talk about FSI. Well, FSI, when you talk about FSI, it's a standard in the zoning bylaw that refers to density, but it also refers to the three-dimensional building envelope. And in this case, I'm convinced that the 0.4 times, which was incorporated and brought forward as part of the comprehensive zoning bylaw or harmonized bylaw 569/2013 in 2013, may be outdated, and there may be changes in the future. However, having said that, I think the 0.73 times is appropriate to allow a house that will accommodate sort of modern living. And to me, it doesn't represent overdevelopment. In fact, when you talk about FSI and consider the three-dimensional envelope, you have to consider, are there variances for building height? Well, no, there's a variance for the height of the ancillary building. That's not the main house. Is there a variance for building length, building depth? Setback, well, there's one setback variance, and that's number 2. But when you consider the revision that was made, and I believe the minimum required is 0.6 now, right? But we don't know if that includes the 10% discount that is part of OREG 257/25, which then would reduce that minimum requirement by 10%, which would basically, we're talking about half a foot. And so it's almost compliant. So having said that, I think this is a supportable application, and I would support a motion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gomes?
So just back on the FSI point as well, I mean, I do appreciate Member Lombardi's extensive planning experience and going into all the ins and outs of it in that way, but we can also look at the slot and see that it's smack dab in the middle of the Jane Street PMTSA. It's one block, like it is the first block from Bloor, and there's a major apartment tower there. So an FSI of 0.7 and keeping this as a single family home is actually kind of one of the smallest changes that one can expect on this street when applications are going to be coming to us. If this was proposed as a multiplex right now, it could get built with 0 zoning changes and a significantly larger FSI. So, we have to consider some of that context as well when we think of how this street is going to look in the future and whether this FSI is appropriate, and it just is.
I left that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gosh. Okay, who'd like to run with this one? Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, for the reasons we all discussed, I'll move approval of the application as amended. That's with variance 3 deleted and variance 2 modified, subject to the TTC condition.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Profit? Oh, Mr. Gosh. Okay, thank you. All right. All those in favor of the amended application? Thank you. Mr. Fallinger, you have unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and now we move on to item number 16. Item number 16 is 152 Wolfrey Avenue, or Wolfrey. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a partial rear 3-story addition with rear 2nd and 3rd story balconies and a side west 2nd story deck. There will be a total of 1 residential dwelling unit on this lot. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, red line public notice from the agent, covering letter from the agent, decision number, 2 decision numbers affecting the subject property, arborist report, declaration of use form, support, correspondence in support from 149 Wolfrey Avenue, 11 form letters in support, signed by owners and occupants of 120, 130, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 148, 149, 151, and 174 Wolfrey Avenue. We also have correspondence in opposition from 150 and 154 Wolfrey Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mastrandrea. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. Just for the record, name and address, please.
My name is Leo Mastrandrea at 817 Cosburn Avenue, and I represent the owners at 152 Wolfrey.
Terrific. Thank you. We will need a presentation because, before we do that, this is a red line notice, if I'm not mistaken. Are they?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Could we just go through the changes, the amendments in this particular one?
Yes. So after meeting with the neighbors and reading their letters, we decided to reduce the variances. So first and foremost, we removed the balcony on the west side addition, and we reduced the overall depth by 2 feet, which brought our number one variance.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I wonder if you could just go through variances one by one.
Reduced?
So
fair enough. So we reduced variance. We reduced from 18.9 to 18.29.
Sorry, which variances was that one?
Number one. Variance number one.
Okay. So that's been changed. And
variance number 2.
Yes.
We reduced the main wall height from 10.76 to 9.9.
Thank you.
Variance number 3, we reduced from 1.14 times to 1.09 times.
Thank you.
From 255.23 square meters to 244.62 square meters.
Terrific. And I believe there's one at variance number 4.
Yes. Yes. In variance number 4, we increased the rear yard landscaping from 20.92% to 23.79%, which has a 23.43 square meters.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll let you do your presentation.
Yes. So basically, after talking to the neighbors and reading their letters of opposition, we decided to remove the side balcony completely from the west side. In addition, we decreased the openings on the 3rd floor, especially. We just have a transom window. We reduced the overall building depth by 2 feet on all levels. And then in addition, we reduced the 3rd floor an additional 4 feet back. So the 3rd floor comes back. So that was the original proposal. And I also submitted drawings for the revised proposal. If you could pull up the revised. And so the 3rd floor is an additional 4 feet, which makes it a total of 6 feet back from the original request. Initially, planning had some concerns, but based on our revised notice and drawings, they no longer have any concerns. We also submitted a decision from 180 Wolfrey, which basically, I know it doesn't set precedents. And prior to our even doing this proposal, we downloaded all the approved variance requests and decided that what we were proposing was in keeping with the neighborhood and in line with what's been approved. So based on that, we started design. And then in addition, we further reduced it to what's in front of you. We have submitted 11 letters of support. And just to go variance one by one. So variance number 1, we reduced it from 10.76. We're asking for 9.9. which in my opinion, based on some of the decisions we saw, is in keeping with the land streetscape. Variance number 2, although it is high, variance number 3, although it is high at 1.09, number 180 Wolfrey was approved at 1.15. But I'd also like to mention that our basement currently is positioned to be an apartment. And if it was a duplex, floor area would not even be an issue. And in addition to that, if it was a duplex, also the building depth would not be a concern either because it would be not applicable. That being said, my owners do not want to have an apartment, and we also signed a declaration that stating that we will not make it into a separate unit. That being said, if you have any questions, I can answer them for you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if colleagues have any questions at this point. If not, we'll hold them for later.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one point of correction. The purpose of application will need to be revised to remove that side west second story deck. Okay.
That's correct. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of folks in opposition. Are they online or are you present? Would you like to come up, sir? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
Name and address, please, sir.
So I'm Phil Harrop, and I'm at 150 Wolfrey. So I'm the next door neighbor.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Okay. So, well, this is difficult for us. We've been neighbors for 20 plus years, and we're good friends with 152 Wolfrey, have been. And I'll give you, I heard there's some letters of support. We were going to be one of those letters of support when we got a knock on our door asking if we would support this. My wife's natural reaction was, yes, of course. And then we thought, well, actually, we should probably look at these plans. So we took a look at the plans, and unfortunately, I mean, we want to support our neighbors, but just the mass and the size of this addition was just too large for us to feel comfortable accepting, and we think it'll really negatively impact us. To give you an idea of So mainly, I mean, I guess it's called massing is the correct term. So it's give you an idea of the way our properties are laid out. The lots are 20 by 120, and both of our garages on the laneways are about 20 feet. Our backyard from our back door to the garage is about 50 feet right now. Our neighbors at 152 is, I'd say, about 45. Their house goes about 5 feet deeper than ours. With the initial proposed addition, this was going to be a 20-foot long wall and 35 feet high. So basically half of our backyard, actually exactly half of our backyard would be covered by on one side looking up and seeing a 35-foot wall. Our backyard is only 20 feet wide, so it's, I'm not sure what the definition of too big a mass is, but I feel like that would fall within it. We've got concerns about the shadows. We actually included in our submission some shadow studies based on the amount of light we would have. Since then, and we have seen the red lines which were submitted more recently, they've reduced the length of the addition from 20 feet to 18 feet and decrease the height from 35 down to 32, which is definitely moving in the right direction, but not really that material in our opinion. Let's see. I'm not sure if you has everyone here in the committee read through the letter we've submitted? So I don't need to reread all the points. I mean, it's got the what the FSI is. It's I think it's been revised to now 1.14. Okay. Anyhow, I mean, that's our main concern, really. I mean, it doesn't have to do with their living space. I mean, if there was a basement there and that didn't impact us as far as the mass and the sunlight blocked out, then you know, we really wouldn't care. We would love to support our neighbors, but. Yeah, I guess in closing, we just don't believe that the variances are in fact minor. I'm not sure what the definition from that. I've heard it discussed a little bit earlier today, but yeah, that's kind of where we stand. So,
thank you very much. Okay. Any questions, Mr. Ghosh?
You're 150.
Yeah.
It looks from the site survey that the location map. Like your other neighbor to the west of you is significantly deeper as well. Is that?
They absolutely are, and now mind this addition will go deeper than them as well, okay. And it will be higher than them as well. Our neighbor to the west has a 2-floor barn type house, so not a high roof. We bought the house like that, and you know, that was all part of what we signed up on. This would be deeper, and this would be higher, and we hope we would feel like we were kind of in a tunnel and have basically no daylight if this went through.
Understood. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so very much for the presentation. Okay, and we have one more person.
Hello?
Online. Hi, good afternoon. Is that Linda?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, thank you. You've got 5 minutes to make your case. Oh, we didn't get your address.
Okay, my name is Linda Canetta. I live at 154 Wolfrey Avenue, and I'm the immediate neighbor to the east of the subject property. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. So first of all, yes, we did have an opportunity to speak to our neighbors, the applicants, and we appreciated that. And they did make a few revisions. I'm not an architect. I don't really understand a lot of the numbers, but what I do understand is the impact of this huge addition that they plan on doing. And the one thing, now I know what FSI stands for. It's, but the size of this, even with the revised one, is 82% above the permitted FSI, and it remains a really significant variance. The height of the wall, 30 feet, 32 feet, I don't know, it's huge. The lots on Wolfrey, as the other neighbor said, they're narrow and they're not that deep, and I don't know, 20 feet for the garage, but we all have a garage, and we look down to the left, we look to the right, we can see people's backyards. And all of a sudden to have this huge, massive structure in the back, it does not sit well with the whole character of the street. Two improvements that I saw from the revised application. The west-facing balcony has been removed. That's a good thing. And the side wall has gone down a little bit. But what really has not changed is that the proposal is still a very large 3-story addition. It's still 3 stories. It has a substantial flat-roofed rear addition, and the overall massing to us next door appears very similar. I believe that this revision, the applicant has merely trimmed the proposal rather than redesigned it. So, sorry, I'm just reading from some notes that I made. The difference between reducing a few measurements on paper and actually making the building look and feel less imposing. The building may still look almost exactly the same from our backyard. We have a small house, and when this family moved in 20 odd years ago, we lost our sky view, we lost our sunlight, we lost, you know, the view. Now we look at beige siding. So, the addition, it appears to extend from approximately the rear wall of the existing house to almost the back of the lot and out to the property line. So it really reads as a large 3-story box attached to a much smaller traditional house. And as I said before, we have small, shallow lots, and the addition almost looks larger than the original house. It would significantly reduce our sky views, increase the shadowing, which our other neighbors spoke about, and the reduction in our privacy through additional windows and balconies. And once our privacy is gone, it's gone. They're going to, because they're building to the property line, they're going to remove the trees, and I wonder what effect that would have on the stormwater absorption and the drainage. And it would create such an overbearing wall effect, and it would really reduce the separation from the neighboring home. I'm getting down, so let me go. I spoke to them about alternate solutions, and I recognize that they want to add additional space for their family. I suggested one possible alternative would be to exploring a laneway house. And we are prepared to move our fence on our walkway from the front of the house that would provide a 4-foot emergency crew access if required.
Ms.
There's
Cuneta,
also,
if you can just start wrapping up, please. You've got 30 seconds.
yes, there's also a fire hydrant on the applicant's front lawn that could assist the emergency crew. So another suggestion is, why not go higher and build a 4th floor? Why not reconfigure the 2nd floor, because it's a huge house, one of the biggest in the neighborhood, or, and dare I say, relocate. Riverdale has a lot of big lots, big houses, and they could stay in the neighborhood. And I just want to say about the letters of support, none of them are neighbors that are close. They're all apart.
Ms.
And they want.
You've run out of time. Thank you.
No, but I just want to make this point, that the letters of support are from people where this massive construction doesn't impact them at all, not like they do me and my neighbors.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll let Mr. Mastrandrea give you some feedback. Thank you. Okay. Were there any questions for this presenter? None? Okay. Let's go back to the agent. Mr. Mastrandrea, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You've heard the comments from both neighbors. I
Yes.
wonder if you might give some feedback, please.
Sure. So for the west neighbor, his presentation was based on our original submission, but not based on our revisions, which I think by reducing the 3rd floor by an additional 6 feet in total and setting it back, it would definitely change his study dramatically. As far as the east side is concerned, no trees will be affected. We have an arborist report, and there will be no trees affected by our construction. But what I did notice between the survey and going on site after looking at a few maps and the location map from the city is that our garage, I based it on the survey that was provided to me, but when I went on site, the garage actually lines up with the neighbors on both sides. So that being said, increases our rear yard landscaping. So I'd like to make a further revision to number 4, the variance number 4, to read as such that instead of the revised that I did today at 23.79%, I would like it to read the 37.3% would be the rear yard, and the square meters would be 35.83. And my conclusion to that would be that if you look up our landscaping plan, we have a permeable paver walkway, which if you add the permeable paver walkway and you add this new revised rear yard landscaping, it would actually be 50.90%. And I know the permeable pavers are not part of the calculation, but if you were to add them both with this revised number from my garage being set back further, we would comply. That being said, and as I said earlier, is that if we were to make this a duplex, the floor area and the length would be a non-issue because you're allowed those exceptions. And I know we're not doing that, but the massing and the scaling would be the same, in my opinion. And in addition to that, if you could pull up the decision for number 180 Wolfrey, which was approved like recently, about a month ago, they were approved at 115%, and their main wall was 11.91%. So based on that, and listen, we tried to address the concerns as much as possible, and it is my opinion that we do meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and it is appropriate, minor, and it does address the purpose and intent of the general bylaw of the official plan and the zoning code. And that is my submission. And in addition to that, actually, I'd like to say that we will add, if you make it a condition, a 1.5 meter high screening on the 3rd floor balconies to the east and to the west.
Thank you. I was going to ask about that. And the one on the 2nd floor, that looks like a much shallower balcony.
Yeah, it's more like a French balcony, actually.
Yep. Okay, thank you so much. Let me just see my colleagues. We've got a question for you from Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The variance that concerned me was variance number 5. And when I look at your site plan, the one that we have that was submitted, and I believe it's revised, I was questioning the size of your existing garage, because it looks like a rather large garage compared to the other garages along that lane. And that, combined with the proposed addition, results in the reduction in rear yard soft landscaping. But now you're indicating that that is not accurate.
If you can pull up the survey of the submission, the actual survey from the surveyor, it shows it as such.
Do we have a copy of that?
And that's how I took it initially. But then something wasn't making sense, so I went on site myself and measured it, and I realized that it was in line. And because the survey is a legal document, I assumed it was accurate and up to date. But my assumption was wrong when I went on site and realized that it did not stick out the way we show it, and it is in line.
The question is not whether it sticks out. The question is, what are the dimensions, and are they accurate? But anyway,
yes, they are accurate now.
Yeah, you're telling us that it now is reduced in size, and that's what results in the increase in the or the amendment to the variance, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Any other questions at all? None? Okay. We'll take it into committee now, look for a decision for you. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Ghosh.
It's an interesting application to consider because touches on exactly what the committee has to do, which is balance the rights of the property owner and the neighbors. I disagree with what we heard from the neighbor at 154, that this is one of the largest houses in the area. I think a visual survey shows that that's not the case. And looking at the plans, it's not that large a house. And I can see that this is a noticeable improvement for the livability of the house for the people that are there. It's a sensible addition and plan to sort of bring a house up to sort of modern layouts and expectations. The neighborhood is a tight neighborhood. So, having a tight addition, I think, is in keeping with the neighborhood. But on balance, on the other side, I do have some sympathy with the neighbors, particularly at 150, that they're going to have potentially a bit of a tunneling effect in their backyard, and that there is some impact to that. I think on balance, the revisions to the design help mitigate that, and a minor impact, to be minor, it just doesn't, it can't be an undue adverse impact. I think there is an adverse impact, but I don't think it's undue. I don't think it's extreme. I think this does fit as minor. I know contextually that the massing of the addition is more towards 154, which I'm sure they're less pleased about. But as I said, it's 150 that I think the impact is greater, because 154 has the exact same length as the revised addition, which is part of why I think the impact will be less on them. Because I know it's hard to read plans. I think maybe they misread the plans when they were talking about how much deeper it was, because it is really just the same length as 154. So in the context of the neighborhood, I think on balance as revised, it's reasonable, especially with that explanation about the rear soft landscaping. The revised amount is much more reasonable, although that's quite a large mistake to have made about the garage. And I hope they measured it well this time, because we are going to use the revised numbers, and the soft landscaping will now have to live up to that.
Mr. Lombardi?
Yeah, I concur. The only question I have is, we've been asked to add a condition of approval that the applicant construct substantially in accordance with, but we have a site plan now that needs to be revised. We can amend that part of the condition to include a revision to the drawing. Because how do we attach that condition when we now have drawings that have to be, a drawing that has to be revised?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the condition that the agent had imposed is the screening on the second and third story balconies to the east and west. Third story to the east and west sides.
Okay. So
and the variances that have already been revised, including the purpose of application, would be suffice to capture what's the revised proposal.
Maybe that's a proposed condition that I was going to suggest, but yeah, that's fine. I'm prepared to support a motion to that effect.
Just my own comments and observations of this particular proposal. I'm glad that the third floor was set back a bit, so that minimizes or reduces the effect of massing. The other piece is that on the I believe it's the east side, no, west side of the proposed addition. It's also set back from 150's boundary, so it's not right smack up against the house. So there is a distance there. And to Mr. Bosch's point, I think when you look at Google Street View or map aerial view, 150 is one of the smallest properties in the entire block. Everything else seems to be quite a bit larger. So it's not unusual to have these larger homes. It's a supportable application, the revised and amended version. Mr. Reid?
I agree with my colleague's comments. I think the other thing about 150 that makes it, the impact kind of harder on them is that that house is pushed forward considerably, right? So I think that's a kind of unintended consequence of this. But I do agree that I think the variances are minor, even though they're going to feel significant, especially for 150. But I do appreciate that, especially that west-looking second floor balcony is gone, because that was a real problem, in my view.
Would you like to turn that into a motion?
Sure. For my reasons and the reasons of my colleagues, I'll move approval of the application as amended, with only one condition, that the east and west side of the rear third floor balcony be screened with
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, thank you very much. All those in favor of the amended application? Thank you. Mr. Masrandea, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 17. Item number 17 is, bear with me, 12 Audley Avenue. And the purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached by constructing a rear ground floor addition and a rear deck with stairs. Committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from the agent, and a revised schematic sketch from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and all registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Nanavati. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for remembering me. 1304 Woodbine Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have anybody in opposition, and this looks like a fairly straightforward application with fairly minimal requests. But let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Our presentation. Mr. Reid has a question.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a question, but just for housekeeping, in the purpose of the application, after the word detached, I think we should have dwelling.
Sure, yes, I noticed that. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, that's been captured, I take it. Okay, wonderful. So would that be an amended piece then? Okay, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Ms. Reid, would you like to run with this one?
Sure, I opened the door. Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to. For me, the rear yard setback variance shot up, but this is a very unusual little small portion of this block with really, really tight lots and almost no. It's an unusual arrangement. So I think that's the reason, and it's not out of the norm in terms of what it's asking for in its immediate context. I understand what they're trying to do, because this is it's a very constrained lot and a very small building, and I think what they're doing is reasonable, still retaining some space in the back while making their house a bit more livable. So I believe the variances are minor, and I'll move approval without condition as amended.
Thank you very much, as amended. All right, to a seconder, Mr. Lombardi, thank you.
Actually, I put my hand down.
Oh, okay.
Crawford.
Yeah. Oh, so, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Crawford. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Nanavati, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Absolutely. I would take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break. Please turn off
you.
your videos, microphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, our morning. I managed to get lunch in the last 10-minute break. Went down to the cafeteria and bought like one of their pre-made pastries and just like garbled it down. So there you go.
We only have 5 minutes now.
If you're 5 minutes late for the next one, you'll be okay.
I had some breakfast, that's about it.
Well, I figured based on the timing that was
Good decision.
advisable, so.
Good decision.
What are we now? 8.
Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones.
And we're back again with item number 18, 50 Durie Street. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a front covered porch with stairs, a rear basement walkout with a patio, a rear two-story addition, including a basement extension with a covered ground floor deck and stairs connecting to the existing garage foundation slab, which will be maintained, as well as a third-story addition with a rear rooftop deck. Also, the existing rear one-story ancillary building, structural frame of the semi-detached garage will be demolished. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. We also have correspondence in support from 47 Durie and form letters from 46, 48, 54, 55, 56, 59, and 68 Durie Street. And we have correspondence in opposition from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Harrison, are you there?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Hi, good afternoon. We will require a presentation, as we do have 1 person in opposition.
That is not a problem. For the record, my name is Catherine Harrison, and I am the architect and agent for 50 Durie Street. My office is located at 78 DeForest Road in Toronto.
Thank you.
Would I kindly get the cover letter that was provided brought up so we can go through the 6 variances that we are requesting? Thank you. We are requesting 6 variances. If we go to page 2, we can see that the first one we are requesting is for the removal of an existing parking space. The zoning bylaw notes that the required parking space is in the rear garage. There's a significant slope from the front of the lot to the back of the lot. It's approximately 4 meters, but that's overall. But from the front sidewalk to the face of the garage, it's 6 feet. There are encroachments into the shared easement, which is why there are 2 existing front yard parking spaces available to this that have been granted by transportation. And when we reached out to transportation directly on June 25th, his email correspondence in response was that transportation did not have any objections to this particular variance requested, simply because the garage is unusable. Our second variance from page 3 is the maximum height allowable of the sidewalls. What we are proposing is a 3-story house. The existing house will have all of the exterior walls modified, and we will be adding a 3rd story on top. The 3rd story, if you go to the next page, it has a better rendering. Thank you. The 3rd story isn't a complete extrusion all the way up of the 3rd story. It is sculpted backwards. We have a slope group at the front and some curved dormers. We've eroded the front corner of the existing house in order to create a curve, to create a bit more of a gentle aspect for this. And we feel that although numerically it seems like we are requesting a lot from the sidewall variance, the site slopes in 2 directions, front to back and also from side to side. So it creates a lot of height difference for the sidewalls. However, we are not requesting an overall height variance. It is just purely for the sidewall. And this is a very typical characteristic of many of the homes along Durie Street, where when they're experienced from the sidewalk level, the character of the homes along Durie Street are of 3 stories in nature, whether it be a 2-story home over a garage or other developments that are 3 stories on top of a garage. how those have been interpreted by the bylaw, where their average grade is taken from, is a little bit different, and each one has to be evaluated on its merits, and we are asking for that in this case. Item number 3 is the permitted roof slope. So that is, if you actually stay on that page, page number 4, please. Thank you. It is for the small mansard roof, sloped roof at the front. It is slightly more steep than allowed by the bylaw, and that is what that particular variance is for. Item number 4 is in regards to floor levels within an addition. So the way the bylaw is written is that you are allowed a 3rd-story addition over your existing home, but not a 3rd-story addition over top of a rear addition. So we have extended part of the 3rd-story addition over top of the proposed rear addition, and that is what variance number 4 is for. One of the reasons we are seeking that particular variance is because the lot slopes so steeply from front to back that the owner would prefer to build up as opposed to back and erode their entire rear yard, and then also create some significant constructability issues. And so that is one of the reasons why we have decided to build up. In terms of item number 5, so if we go to page 7, please, is in regards to front yard landscaping. And our existing front yard is an existing condition. So this is shown where the existing soft landscaping is, where it's adjacent to 2 licensed parking spots through transportation. If you go to the next page, you can see a photograph of the existing condition, and we are simply requesting to maintain that. And variance number 6 is in regards to floor space index. And we are requesting, which appears to be a very large number, simply because the lot size is small, and it makes the number look much higher than it is. However, it is in keeping with all many approvals that are already within the area. Thank you very much for letting us go through these variances, and if we have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have questions at this point. If not, we'll move on to the person that's in opposition. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
You got your 5 minutes to make your case.
Thank you. We do note that the existing building is 7.2 meters to the peak roof, and it could be raised to accommodate the 3rd floor within the permissible limits. So the point of our submission is to emphasize that the percentage of homes that support any of the variances in this application is 12%. How does this evidence affect the tests for the 2 criteria for approval, that being minor and the test for the official plan? Well, during recent Committee of Adjustment in-camera deliberations, there's been a fair bit of discussion about interpretation of what is minor. So in that regard, I offer the following text from OMB case number PL 081436 for 241 Gulfdale Road. The full decision was submitted with our letter of objection. The decision was delivered by OMB board member Stefanko, and he quotes the well-known Vincent versus de Gasperis case from 2005, in which Judge Matlow wrote the following: "The likely impact of a variance is often considered to be the only factor which determines whether or not it qualifies as minor, but in my view, such an size can determine if an application is minor," and Stefanko reinforces that position. So we also have Stefanko in the same case applying the test of averages to determine the question for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan. In his decision for Gulfdale case, Stefanko compares the proposed variances to the average found in the immediate context and finds that the proposed variances is not in line with the average, and he asks, how can it be said, therefore, that the designated variance reinforces the physical character of the neighborhood? Stefanko finds that the proposed variance fails this test because the variance exceeds the average found in the immediate context. So turning to the data for 50 DURIE, we see that the applicant has submitted a list of 49 addresses in an area that has 781 homes. 0 of the homes have applications for variance 1, 24 had applications for variance number 2, 1 had an application for variance number 3, 1 for variance number 4. There are 16 applications for variance number 5 and 26 applications for variance number 6. Without arguing about the appropriateness of all of the applications to the specific variances, we can see that in the broader context of 781 buildings, these addresses represent, from the applicant's list, correspond to fewer than 5% of the homes in the area. In the immediate context used by Stefanko, the percentage of correlation improves a lot. Both the variance number 2 and variance number 6 have 4 examples out of 47 buildings in the immediate context that correlate with the application. So that's a much better match of 12%, at 12%, but it's still well below the average for buildings that do not have a variance. So going back to Stefanko's reasonings about size, these variances are well above the average and do not pass the test for being minor or for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan. When we turn to the impact of these variances, we find it is significant enough to require proposed mitigation with uncharacteristic roof slope, an uncharacteristic mansard roof, and leaves us with an uncharacteristic square design and massing. As per Stefanko, we submit that there is a significant impact that is not minor and does not pass the 2 tests. We also have the OMB case for 145 Windermere, where a GFA of 0.88 was found to be excessive and did not meet the test of the official plan. That case was also included in our submission. So another way of looking at the size of the main wall, the wall height, is to ask what is the maximum variance that one could ask in this circumstance. Given that the wall height can't be higher than the building itself, and this building is 10 meters,
Mr.
the
Singh,
maximum
you have 20
variance...
seconds left.
Thank you. The maximum variance is 2.5 meters, which is the variance requested for 50 DURIE. So is the size of this variance minor? No, it's completely maxed out. Following Stefanko's example, this is 2.5 meters, and the average on the street, well, no, it's 12% for the street and 0.5% for the broader neighborhood. So it's not minor for the tests of the official plan. Also, this variance completely erases the difference between the building height and the wall height, which is the whole point of the wall variance height. And I think it's safe to say that the variance does not maintain the intent and purpose of the bylaw and fails the test. So our full submission recommends that the 6 variances together are not minor, and the variances should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Ms. Lombardi?
It's not a question, it's a comment. I have to congratulate Mr. Singh. That was a wonderful presentation, and I think it's difficult to disagree with your planning rationale as expressed in that submission. I'm glad, and I'm always going to be glad when people reference Vincent versus the Gaspers, because I do it quite often, because it's a seminal decision. And it went through the OMB, it went through divisional court, and went through a review. Let me just, I wanted to bring this up. Let me quote from that decision, because you've quoted enough, and I just want to quote what the definition of minor in that decision expressed. So the definition of minor, and this is paraphrasing, but close enough, is something that is lesser or comparatively small in size or importance, such that a variance could be more than minor, either because it's too large or too important. important being, I think, the key word. Impact is an important factor, but is not the only factor. A variance can, in certain circumstances, be patently too large to qualify as minor, even if it will likely have no impact on anyone or anything. I've written enough decisions when I was on the Toronto Local Appeal Body and then as chair and review requests. I disagree slightly with what the test is and what the courts have determined. And while the quantitative, mathematical exercise is part of it, impact is, in my opinion, and I think the courts have determined that, is most important. Do you see it that way? Do you see that the impacts arising from this application rise to the imputed level or threshold of undue adverse impact of a planning nature?
In a couple situations, yes. The impact creates a massing here that needs to be addressed. I think the architect has accepted that the massing here needs to be adjusted in some way, which is why they've suggested the mansard roof, which is why they've suggested the different slope to it. So I don't think there's a question about or a disagreement about that. I think that's accepted. The other thing, of course, is the wall height. When the wall height is so great that it completely erases the intent and purpose of the bylaw itself, which is to encourage a sloped roof, then undoubtedly the impact is very large. It eliminates the bylaw.
Do you agree with the applicant that the application of a sloped roof, a more gentle sloped roof, mitigates some of the impact?
I think the degree, when we look at the depiction that they offered in the plans, you see that it's a slight mitigation of going straight up, but it creates still a massing when you look at the building that isn't really mitigated sufficiently by that. And again, I come back to that the slope roof could be incorporated here if they weren't intent on having the internal floors of the building also increased so that, it comes up with a fairly square roof. As I said, the current building is 7.2 meters. So they have
less about your submission as a whole and more just a curiosity I've had, and I keep forgetting to ask, but what is the difference between Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Swansea Area Ratepayers Group? And how is it that you represent both?
Okay. The group is the incorporated portion of the Swansea Ratepayers.
I see.
So it's one and the same.
It is one and the same.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just for, in case we get sued, something like that, we have the group which is incorporated.
Okay.
Right?
So it's sort of it's a functional name is association, but group is the incorporated entity?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. All right. Let's go back to Ms. Harrison. Are you there?
Yes, thank you.
You've heard Mr. Singh's presentation. I wonder if you might please provide some rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. And if you could please go to page 11 of my cover letter, I'd appreciate that. So there are many of the applications that we have gone through, and that chart that I provided in my cover letter had applications that were only from 4 different streets in the most close proximity to Durie Street. They're all within 150 meters. When we actually did the research portal, the 500-meter radius came back with 332 different applications to the Committee of Adjustment. And it just shows you that the current zoning that's in Swansea has some challenges that people need to overcome in terms of development. And one of them specifically is one of the things that makes the characteristic of our neighborhood so amazing is our hills. And, we have these slopes that go multiple different directions, and we have these lots that have fantastic character that do things like provide walkout basements. But for example, these are, if you look at the pictures on page 11, these are 5 examples on Durie Street of 3-story developments, and specifically the 2 at the bottom at number 1 and number 3. And if you look at the difference of number 3 to the one that's directly next to it, a little bungalow. That's a 3-story house with a sloped mansard roof at the front with some dormers. And this is what the precedent that we use in order to look at the design that we are proposing and saying, well, there are 3-story houses all along Durie Street. And whether it's 3 stories with the front door at the sidewalk, and for example, in the case of number 15, where it's one wall straight up, or you look at number 3 or number 1, where it is stepped back, which is exactly what we have done on our proposal at 50 Durie Street. The front wall of the 3rd floor is stepped back, the 1.5 meters, and there's a dormer that's less than the 40% that we're allowed. We've tried to be very conscientious of the variances that we were going for, and also being able to provide more floor area for a family that would really like to stay in the neighborhood. And when we look at all of this precedent, this is just Durie Street, let alone the things that have happened around the corners, that we felt that our proposal was in keeping with the precedent that has already been set on the street itself.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any comments or questions for you, Mr. Lombardi.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at variance number 2, that's one that is a bit concerning for me. You're basically extending all the exterior main walls by 8 feet, roughly, or approximately. Would you agree that that zoning performance standard is intended to prevent a box-like structure with a flat roof, or a structure that looks rectangular or square, as opposed to
the north wall of the 3rd floor? It's only 50% of that wall that is actually extended to the full 10-meter height, and a little bit more so on the south side, which makes it feel a little bit more pronounced. And we have tried very hard to add in curves and not have this full wall. The other thing I would like to mention is that it's a bit of a constructability issue, and we very particularly wanted to raise the main floor level of this house in lieu of underpinning. And that was very specifically chosen to be done because of the disruptive nature of any shoring along a house that has a significant drop front to back, and what that would do to both neighbors on both sides. So it was a very conscious decision in order to do that. We are not seeking an overall height variance, but yes, for the sidewall, we are.
And last question, for variance number 5, which to me is a significant decrease in front yard soft landscaping, would you agree that there are similar situations along Drury, in the sense that some houses have very little front yard soft landscaping?
That is correct. There are several other properties, one directly across the street from a lovely neighbor who provided a letter of support, who has an entire driveway taking up their front yard. And many people along Durie Street, they have a 2-story house over a garage where their entire front yard is a driveway. And it is a very common occurrence along Durie Street. And that's just the nature of again, the hills and the slopes that we experience in Swansea, which give us part of the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardi. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. We'll take it into committee now and look for a decision. Maybe I'll just start off by, the design of the proposed structure of the 2 photographs. The bottom photograph is number 3 and number 1 Durie Street. But just looking at the photograph at the top, those are structures where the walls are straight up, absolute vertical. And I think there was another photograph similar to this where you see this slab. So I look at the slabs, and I look at the proposed design that Ms. Harrison's client is anticipating. And I do see the rationale for that curved roof structure. It's less imposing, it's less, visually at least, it doesn't have that massing effect. So I find that to be quite an interesting design piece. Anyway, looking for discussion. Any thoughts? Mr. Ghosh?
So I'll sort of take that and your comment, Mr. Chair, and run with it and say I think it's actually an exceptional looking design. I think it's architecturally quite well done, and I like the proposed brick elements and that step back. But it does impact the planning as well, because that step back nature of the third floor, I think, is part of what makes it less imposing. The size of the home that's being proposed is actually, or size of the expansion is reasonably significant, but the way it's being accomplished, I think, is minimizing the impacts on the surrounding neighborhood and taking into perspective that sloping of the lot that presents certain challenges. So I look at the overall impact of the proposed variances and think that they are minor in the circumstance.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Ms. Lombardi?
Yeah, I agree. This street reminds me of, and Philip will probably, oh no, I'm thinking of Ryan. He lives in the beach area. This reminds me of streets like Hammersmith and Scarborough Beach Boulevard and Winneva, where the slope is very, very pronounced. And I think that this proposal will be impacted by the slope both of the street, but also as the property slopes to the rear. And I think that'll mitigate the overall impact of the thought of massing here. So I'm prepared to support this. I think the variances are supportable and individually and cumulatively. I think I'm satisfied that they meet the four tests.
I'm just wondering with, if I may add this, the roof deck, whether the roof deck doesn't require privacy screening. I believe it might be on the north side. And then there's the deck on the lower level that perhaps on the south side may need screening, because maybe overlook the neighbors as well. When I look at drawing A411, that's the north elevation, and that's the rooftop deck. It might do with the privacy screen. And then just trying to see which drawing it is. In drawing A413, that's got the rear deck, lower level deck, because it's elevated. Just wondering if that might need privacy screening.
I think definitely the proposed north elevation, that the third story deck, I would support privacy screening.
Might be something to ask the...
That's what I'm just, there's a laneway behind, so I'm just taking a look at the context from behind a bit, that lower deck. Because this backs right onto the community center there. Yeah, it's hard to see.
It's hard to see, but there in the photos, it's kind of helpful. It looks like there's already quite a significant fence on the to the south, on the lower levels. So
lower level.
It's really like ground floor and second floor or first floor. So I'm not sure if the first floor one would be required.
And one would imagine those neighbors would be here if they were severely concerned.
Right.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll make a motion to approve for the reasons that I described earlier. I believe that this application does meet the 4 tests. I would move to approve it with the condition that the 3rd floor balcony have privacy screening on the north side, and also subject to the transportation condition. There was a condition, right, since they're removing the parking to restore the curb, was that, or am I misremembering? Oh, no, it just has no
comment,
objection.
no objection.
Okay, never mind. So, so the one... exactly, the rear rooftop deck on the north side, yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardi. Okay, so we have a motion moved by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Lombardi to approve, no conditions attached. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Harrison, you have your approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 19, 32 Tranby Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd story addition and close a portion of the existing 3rd story rooftop deck into habitable space. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, staff report from Heritage Planning, and we had correspondence in concern or interest from 30 Tranby Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Winters, are you there?
Hi there, I am Jordan Winters, the Wayback Architects,
Hi,
47
sorry.
Farningham.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition to this particular application, and you essentially 2 variances that look very straightforward. So I believe there's a heritage condition, and that's about it. So let me just ask my colleagues if anybody has a question for you, or questions, or require presentation. Seeing none, we'll take this into a committee and look for a decision. Okay, thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to. This is extremely straightforward. They're just enclosing a portion of the 3rd floor deck. And so the impacts of that are nil. And they've done a good job showing already that they are including some privacy screening. So I'm happy to move approval just with the heritage condition.
Thank you very much. Second, thank you, Ms. Crawford. All those in favor? Thank you. You have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, item number 20. Item number 20 is 991 Dufferin Street. Purpose of the application is to construct a new rear 1-story detached ancillary building, a garage containing 1 parking space and storage, and driveway in the rear yard abutting the laneway. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting the subject property, presentation materials from the agent, email correspondence from transportation engineering, and we have correspondence in opposition from 484 Gladstone Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speaker.
Thank you. That's number Dufferin. Mr. Calais, are you there? Good afternoon, Mr. Calais, are you there?
Hello, Jonathan, you've been muted.
Mr. Calais, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr.
Yes,
Calais?
sorry about that. It seems to be I'm having some issues with my microphone, but yes, I can hear you.
No
Sorry
problem.
about that.
Thank you. You're coming across quite well. Thank you. Could we just get your name and address, please?
My name is Jonathan Calais. My address is 1050 St. Clair Avenue West.
Thank you very much. Your application only has 2 variances before us, and they seem to be both quite minor. But let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Or none, no presentation required. Okay, wonderful. We'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lombardi, please.
I'll defer to my colleague.
Oh, okay, sure. So I was on the previous application that was for the main home. Too bad you didn't realize you needed these variances at that time, or maybe the reconstruction of the garage happened subsequently. But looking at the 2 variances before us, they're very low in their significance. A couple extra square meters for the garage in this location that's not creating a soft landscaping or other impact is clearly minor. And then we did have the letter from the neighbor about the other variance, the lot line setback variance, potentially impacting the lane. But when you then have transportation saying there's no impact, I trust transportation. So based on, for those reasons, I considered this application to meet the 4 tests and move to approve it with no condition.
Thank you. Do we have a second, Ms. Reed? Thank you very much. Okay. So we have a motion moved by Mr. Go, seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Calais, you have an approval unanimously. Thank you. And moving on to item number 21. Item number 21 is 30 Dunbar Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a side south 1-story addition with a new landing and stairs. The existing south landing and stairs will be demolished. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from Heritage Planning, and we have 4 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of 25, 27, 34 Dunbar Road and 103 South Drive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Laila Yavari, are you there?
Hi, yes, my name is Leela Yavari with Dart Studio at 35 Golden Avenue, Suite B201. I'm the agent representing this file.
Thank you very much. This is a very complex application as well. You've got 2 variances that look extremely reasonable. Let me just see if my colleagues do my colleagues have any questions for you or would like a presentation at all? Seeing none, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is extremely straightforward and extremely modest. There are 2 variances, a slight increase in FSI and a negligible decrease in the south side yard setback. It represents a very small ground floor extension for entry at the rear. The side yard setback is maintains an existing condition. So although there's a heritage designation, city heritage, community heritage has signed off on it. So I'm prepared to move a motion granting the application or approving the application, granting the 2 variances, and I don't see any conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do you have a seconder, Mr. Reid? Thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. You have a unanimous approval, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 22. Number 22 is 275 Pacific Avenue. Purpose of the application is to legalize and to maintain the existing second residential dwelling unit and the rear one-story addition, enclosed sunroom, within the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling, which were constructed without an authorized building permit. There are a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit occupying the basement and first story, and 1 unit occupying the second and third stories. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, and order to comply. And we also have correspondence in opposition from 2 folks with no address provided.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Davidovich. Are you there?
Good afternoon. My name is Givayev. I am a partner from GTA Permits, Greg's partner. He couldn't be here today, so I'm representing the client, and I'm the agent for the client today.
Thank you. I wonder if you could just repeat your name, because I think it just cut out there for a second.
Yes, it's Robert Agivayev.
Okay, thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or would like to have an explanation as to what happened and why it happened. Yeah. So could you perhaps just give us an explanation of what happened and why it happened?
Yes. You know, the homeowner is she's been actually going through this process for quite a bit of time, and we wanted to help her out. When she purchased the property, she inherited. She thought she was purchasing a property that was already a multi-unit property, but she actually inherited a property that I guess the city had no record of a multi-unit property or of a 2-unit property, and what she's done over time is just kind of done minor adjustments, minor renovations to make it comfortable for herself. She is the primary resident there, living there on the using the main floor and the basement space, and obviously the backyard space. She did the work. She did some work without a permit, which we are actually, there were some windows and things like that that she added that are going to be removed per this per the drawings. And she wants to legalize it as a 2-unit dwelling, so that she can live on the first floor, use the main floor and the basement, and be able to rent out the second floor space.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions at this point. If not, we'll take it into committee. Okay. Mr. Ghosh?
Sorry, just one clarification. When you say she inherited it, do you mean she purchased it and it had this issue, or did she inherit from a family member? Just,
No, I apologize. Yeah, she purchased it and it had this issue.
Okay.
She was under the impression when she purchased it that it was a legal 2-unit dwelling, but I guess she found out later that it wasn't, and she's been trying to do everything she can to comply and to make sure that everything is done properly. She's been living there for a long time, and she's going to continue to live there for a very long time. She's maintained the property inside and out for really well, and she wants to be able to. She needed to get a little bit of more functionality out of the space for herself on the first floor, and that's really it. We looked at the variance that we're going for, and it's the FSI, and we thought that it was pretty minor in nature, and we wanted to to put this forth and get this completed and get that order to comply off of the property for her, so she doesn't have that lingering and she can live there peacefully.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee now and look for a decision. I must say this is one of the more interesting pieces where, if one can understand sometimes when people purchase a property without having full disclosure. What is being requested is definitely small, it's minor. So I think this looks like a reasonable request. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just the one, and it's just FAR, and I think that, or sorry, FSI. I think that is okay. And so I'll move approval of the application just with our regular for the record.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you very much. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, members of the committee.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 23. Item number 23 is 408 Richview Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing rear one- and two-story additions, including a basement level, a side south addition at the ground floor and second floor, and a rear ground floor deck with a canopy and stairs. Also to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a shed, in the rear yard. The existing rear ancillary building, detached garage, and rear ground floor deck will be demolished. The committee had before it the following communication: a copy of minutes from the July 15th, 2026 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and a staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Brenda.
Oops, sorry, we lost you again. Hello? Hello? Brenda Eisen, are you there? She got cut off.
Hello, Brenda. I can try to call her.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Not quite. Is that Brenda? Can you try again?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
A little bit louder. We're still, you're far away.
Is this better?
No, not quite, I'm afraid.
You can try calling me. I have my phone right here too.
There you go. That's better.
Okay, let's try this now.
That's perfect. If we can get your name and address, please. Oh, you're gone again. Thank you.
I will call her. Hello, Brenda.
Hi, can you all hear me now?
Perfectly, thank you. Okay.
Sorry about that. I don't know if it was on my end.
That's okay. Without technical difficulties, life would be boring. So I wonder if you could just give us your name and address for the record again, please.
91 Tychos Drive in Toronto.
And
it's Brenda Eisen, 91 Tychos Drive in Toronto.
Thank you very much. This is a fairly straightforward application, but let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or concerns or require a presentation. If not, we'll take it into committee. No, seeing none. Okay, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. All right, who wants to run with this one? The three variances, they all seem to be quite minor. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Yeah, I agree. The three variances are minor, and I'm kind of surprised because it is a pretty big addition. But the variances are minor. I think the zoning in this area is quite permissive in terms of mass that you can add to the rear of a house. I did like that most of this addition is located on top of where there's an existing one-story extension in the back. So I think that goes to lessen some of its impact. But I agree. This is, I think, a sensible proposal. So I'll move approval of the application without condition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. We have a seconder, Ms. Ghosh. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion before us, moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Eisen, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, last but not least, we have item number 24, 67 MEIGHEN Avenue, or MEIGHEN Avenue, whichever. Purpose of the application is to construct a new rear one-story detached ancillary building with a patio abutting Brenton Street. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the main building and 1 garden suite within the ancillary building. The following rear yard buildings structures will be demolished: ground floor deck, concrete pad, shed, and carport. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of the minutes from June 3rd, 2026 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, email correspondence from Urban Forestry, staff reports from Urban Forestry, Transportation Review, and Transportation Review. We also have correspondence in support from 81 MEIGHEN Avenue, and we have opposition, a correspondence in opposition from 69, 65, and 63 MEIGHEN Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is that Mr. Flowers?
I am here, but I have an agent representing me, Victoria Swen from BuildX Design. She should be on the line, I believe.
Okay. Victoria, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Victoria Swan. I'm the agent for 67 MEIGHEN. Address is 53 Greenlaw Avenue, Toronto, M6H3V7.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues require present. We have one question for you from Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I remember this application from June 2nd of this year, and there was a deferral request which we granted as the committee. And prior to that meeting, I had visited the site, and so I have a couple of questions regarding the site plan and what was submitted by those in opposition, your neighbors. So the first question is, when I was out there, it was a Sunday afternoon, early June, late May. You indicate that there's only one resident or one family living in this home. Is that correct?
I believe it says that on the application. There are actually multiple units on the property, but we are not proposing any changes to the main building.
Yeah, no, that's the one thing I noticed. There were a number of different residents. It's actually a party going on. Not that there's an issue with that, but it seemed like there were more than one family living in that property. Second question is, I'm looking at your site plan. It's an interesting dynamic out there at the site. So there is a fence along Breton Street that stretches right to the sidewalk and encompasses what is indicated on there as the interlock pad. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not on your property, that's on city property, correct?
The fence?
Yes.
Yes, that would be on city property. That's correct.
And the interlock pad is also on city property? Because it's within...
It's in its current form, yes, but we're
yeah.
not proposing a porch or pad on city property.
Right, so that interlock pad, which I didn't know what it was being used for, nor did I know what the shed at the rear was being used for. That all will be removed, correct?
That's correct.
Will the fence be relocated to your property line along Breton?
Correct. All of the site design will be redesigned and redone as per the application.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? None? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. All right, who wants to run with this one? Mr. Lombardi, would you like to pick up and have familiarity with this one?
I had a concern on June 2nd with this application. There was a recommendation for deferral, which I supported, to allow the owner and applicant to clarify some issues regarding the application. Also, I believe to have further discussions with neighbors, and I think that has occurred. I'm assuming that. Also, there was a question of the number of residents in the main home. So now the proposal before us talks about a total of 2 units on the lot. There are 3 variances. So this is for a garden suite. I mean, this location is within a PMTSA, and garden suites obviously are encouraged and permitted. It is a corner lot. That certainly impacts the viability of this garden suite and the 3 variances that are being requested. I did have a concern about the rear lot line reduction. The EHON study on garden suites required a 1.5 meter setback, and I believe 0.6 is being proposed, but I assume I can live with that because we don't have anyone here in opposition. I'm happy to hear that the structures in the rear yard and in the boulevard along Breton Street are being removed and the fence is being relocated back onto the owner's property line. So having said that, I believe I can support this application. I believe the variances are modest and it will provide additional housing in an area that where additional housing in the form of garden suite is appropriate, and it's a corner lot. So I'll put forward a motion approving the application, granting the 3 variances, subject to a couple of conditions. Urban forestry condition number 1, and transportation services has 2 conditions, and those are related to their staff report dated July 29, 2026.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Wen, you have your approval. Thank you. And with that, we conclude at 4:26 p.m.
Lunchtime.
Salatino, I must ask, going back to